Base 1, this is Gold Leader. We're coming in hot. I promised the crew that we would not be late for Echo Base Network Live. Rear thrusters are engaged.
Echo 3 to Echo 7. On nobody, 3D.
Echo Station 3PA.
Spotted Imperial launch pad.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
This video is not intended for children. Viewer discretion is advised.
If you haven't already, please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you.
Thank you.
The battle station is heavily shielded and carries a firepower greater than half the Starfleet.
Evacuate? In our moment of triumph? I think you overestimate their chances.
The rebellion will continue to gain support in the Imperial Senate.
I think people underestimate imagination in these things. And I think if you kind of play games, if you're a lonely child, or have been a lonely child, and you play games,
Luke's just not a farmer owner. He has too much of his father in him.
I've got a problem here. Eject! I can hold it. Hold on! No, I'm all right.
I don't think he exists anymore. He died about the same time as your father.
Una puta solo.
Commander Skywalker, do you copy? This is Rogue 2.
All wings report in.
On the other hand, you can't be seen, you can't be heard, and still people are lining up.
You're not too sure whether I'm there or I'm not.
We're saddled with a lot of that dialogue, and a lot of times I don't know what the dialogue means. You're given certain dialogue just to accommodate a move across the set. And so you can't.
Door, and I stand up. George goes, Hello, I'm George Lucas. And turned around and said, I think we found him.
You are about to become part of the phenomena of Star Wars. In a few minutes, you'll see a movie that's become more than just a movie. For 7 years now, it's been part of my life, and the saga it's given birth to has touched the lives of millions of others. It has a magic, Star Wars. But that magic doesn't lie only in its brilliant special effects. Its power derives from its spirit of romance and adventure. It's like the movies and cliffhanging serials of the past. It's an exciting and very special fantasy. And when it came out, the world went instantly Star Wars crazy.
So many people ask me about Sir Alec Guinness. I guess the two most often questions are Sir Alec and the robots. And there's a wonderful story that kind of tells you about both of them.
I heard your story on Twitter. Just this morning, my daughter Chelsea was showing me the video of you with your R2-D2 arm. Oh man, that is fantastic. Wow.
Cody, still a man of few words, but 2 words roll right off his tongue.
Who did you want to meet?
Mark Hamill.
Make-A-Wish made it happen.
Skywalker.
Hi. How are ya?
This whole thing. Yeah. Do you get that when you walk down the street in New York? Hey, Luke!
All the time. Hey, Luke, how you doing, man?
camera looks so good.
Not get a hallway scene loop this time.
Thank you. You are Echo Base Network. Welcome back to the show. Oh my goodness, we are so excited. This is one of our favorite times of the week. We look forward to being here with you guys. Hail to our moderators, hail to our members, hail to our subscribers, and welcome to our guests. We've got quite the Star Wars show for you guys. And if you are new here, this is what we're all about. And it's not just myself and it's not just Nick. It's about our entire community. We will keep Star Wars alive together. The Star Wars that we love. That is exactly why we are here. We got the most incredible show, guys. I don't want to go deep into what we're going to do. I'm just going to kind of surprise you guys. We've got a very special featured guest. He's going to come on and share his Star Wars story and what happened this week. I'm going to bring in Nick here in just a moment, but I want to say hail and welcome to Andrade, JWTFA, J-Man, Anya Soares, D. Pensack, The Real Sean Owens, Jedi 6, Dan the Man, Old Star Wars Nerd, Credsox05, Tim Myers, Captain Texas, Gowell Marcinowitz, Sander Hamslag, Doug B., Wayne Desart, Pete Ward, Jeff Hutchins, Stuart Mitchell, Hale Adega Outlaw, Skywall Roberto Rowe, Tina Lynn, Max Smith, Rob Pearson, Mark the Infinitely Tired, Teresa Pearson, Lombardi 1969, Rex Hutchinson, The Saint, Eddie Gannon, Ken Jack Ben, Dee Dee Myers, Purple Valkyrie, Anthony YouTube Fan, The Jester of Sin, Lewis Christ is on vids, Storm D, 8-Bit Alchemist, Wendy Vega, Art Bell, Rogue Soul, Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina, Stephen Otero, hail Stephen, Star Cabal, special hail to you, Star Cabal, Tom M., Brian Wilson, Aluvrian Imarca, I did my best, Alex James, Griffin Turbo, MMORPG, ER05, Chuck, Oliver Klosov, Valiant Renegade, Chris Knight, Mithron Nuando, Smickleberry Productions, John 42, SMF, Renee Acevedo, Stephen Glenn, Demon Scythe Synthwave, and Glenn Schroeder. Now, this time I'm going to bring in my partner here at the channel, the ladies' man, none other than Nicholas Glenn. Hail, Nick, yes.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Oh, I think that we're doing great. Don't you love this moment? Don't you love starting the show, Nick?
Oh, I love it.
I love it.
And another great pre-show by Coach, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Keeping Star Wars alive. Real quick, we want to welcome, we've got a special announcement here. Mark the Infinitely Tired and Oliver Klosov has joined our member family. So if all of our members would welcome Mark the Infinitely Tired and Oliver Klosov, welcome to the family. You are Echo Base Network, and this is for you. I also want to say welcome back to Renee Acevedo. Max Smith is here. Anthony F. is here. Nick Craig is here. And Colleen Guerra. I missed all you guys. So you are here now. So welcome.
Hey, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Hey, real quick, can you check your phone? It's asking me to verify when I'm trying to log into the Echo Base YouTube channel, and it's going to your phone.
You now have permission, my friend.
Oh, 94. You got to type in 94.
It didn't tell me that. Why don't you tell everybody hi or something?
All right. I was going to say, thanks for Mark, Infinitely Tired for, there we go, now I'm in. But he's kind of been a part of the family for a long time already. But
yeah,
thanks
he's been
for becoming a member, brother.
That's exactly right. All right, guys. Well, we're going to get right into. Oh, hell, Melissa Lord. No way we could forget you. No way. I just missed you. And Omega 579. Hail to you as well. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring in our featured guest, and this is a special live edition of Why We Love Star Wars. I don't want to ruin the story. I don't want to give any spoilers. They're going to come on and share their story with you. So we are going to welcome the Mays family to the show, and again, this is a Why We Love Star Wars special. It's, the live stream edition. So we'll be right back with the Mace family, and we hope that you guys enjoy. This is a special moment in Echo Base Network history. All right, guys, we are back, and we have the Mays family with us. Hello, guys. How are y'all doing?
Going, guys?
G'day. How are you both?
We are doing great. It is so great to have you. Welcome to Echo Base Network. Hello, Lucy.
Hi.
She's audio through my earphones at the moment, so I'm having to kind of translate for her, but I'll put her on in a sec. So
That's okay. Please tell her that I teach 8th grade, so I'm totally used to and I have a daughter that is in the 7th grade myself, so totally used to being around her age.
Coach teaches 8th grade. Did you say you've got a daughter too, Coach?
I've got a daughter who's in the 7th and one that's in the 5th.
Okay, so Lucy's in the 6th grade. So
Okay.
In elementary school, what would be your elementary school? So yeah, so
Right.
there you go. Yep.
So, Dean, is it possible if you could move your mic just a little bit closer to your mouth?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, we can just barely hear you.
Yeah.
Is that any better?
That's a little better, yes, sir.
Yep. Okay, no worries.
Okay, so, Dean, you've had quite the week.
Oh, yeah, it has been. It's been a bizarre, overwhelming, and surprising week. Yeah, it's quite out of the ordinary.
Yes. Well, why don't you take us through kind of what happened? And you got a special reply from some Star Wars celebrities.
Yeah, that's right. So on, I think it was about midweek, and young Lucy here had come home from school, and she'd had a bit of a tough time at school in the early part of the week, and she sort of let us know that she'd experienced a little bit of bullying, and there wasn't much that I could do to sort of make her feel better at the time. She was just a little bit down, you know. Wasn't your usual peppy self, were you? Hey? No. And so it sort of got to me a bit, and I went off to work that night because I was working night duty at my hospital, and I just, you know, in the middle of the night I was just sort of thinking about it, and I thought I wonder if I could get a message to her from, you know, one of her favourite characters, Cara Dune from The Mandalorian, so because you really enjoyed The Mandalorian, big fan of Cara Dune, so I just. And Baby Yoda, love Baby Yoda. Yeah,
who doesn't?
So we just, I just tapped out a message, and I, hovered over the send button, and so I hit send, and I didn't think anything more about it, and came home that morning, went to bed, went to work that night, and the following night when I was at work, my Twitter feed just started to blow up. And I couldn't quite work out what had happened at first because I couldn't actually see. I couldn't see Gina's message to begin with because there were so many other messages in front of it. But I eventually tracked it down, and yeah, she'd reached out and she'd responded, And because I tagged Mark Hamill in it, probably about a couple of hours later, Mark Hamill chimed in with his own response. And of course, then it was, it was on for all money. And look, all I was doing was seeking, a little bit of magic for Lucy, in the form of a bit of encouragement from, her favourite characters from Star Wars, and it happened. And ever since then, it's just been, just overwhelming. So,
absolutely. So I'm going to bring in the actual tweets right now, so we can look at those. So this is your original tweet.
That's right.
So you've got the beautiful picture of Lucy right here, and you say, "My daughter is distraught this afternoon. She is being bullied at school by a senior student in year 7. We're saying all the usual things, encourage her, but she's just a bit broken right now." And that's where you send it directly to Gina Carano and Mark Hamill. So, and then you got this response.
Yeah. And when I saw that, that's just the kind of magic I'm talking about, to put a force field around her heart and never let what that bully says pass through that force field. She must be a bright light if the darkness is already trying to hold her down. I mean, what can you say to something like that, and I mean, I came home the next morning and I snuck in just as Lucy was getting ready for school, and I said, "Look, Lucy, I've got something to show you here." And what did you think?
I was
Shocked. Here, I'll put the microphone up.
I was shocked. I didn't. I never really thought a Star Wars character would notice me. So I was like, yeah.
And then what about when Luke Skywalker commented?
I was even more shocked.
So she was even more shocked when Hamill tweeted. So Cara Dune, her favorite character, was good enough, but Mark Hamill tweeting was just sort of like icing on the cake for her, I'm sure.
Well, it's funny. It's almost a generational thing. Like, I think, I was excited enough that Cara Dune, Gina Carano, sent us a message, but because that kind of that's Lucy's generation of Star Wars, in a way. But Mark Hamill's tweet was that was my generation of Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
So we just had this this generational moment of alchemy, and it was mind blowing. So
we want to look at these other tweets, Dean. Let's. So Gina followed it up with another tweet.
Yeah. If you have the ability to get into mixed martial arts, if she's not already, it really does help with so much more than just being able to defend herself. It was a lifesaver for me. And also, I love the story of David versus Goliath. Hope this helps tell Lucy hello. And we're not sure if mixed martial arts is on the cast for Lucy. But we are. I did say that we are big Cobra Kai fans, and we kind of like watching that, don't we? So
Yep.
But I mean, again, what a beautiful expression of positivity and just encouragement from from somebody who probably gets thousands of messages every day, both good and bad, and it's such a sweet thing to do, and it really, to me, it really speaks to just who Gina Carano is as a person. So.
Absolutely. Well said, Dean. And I want to catch everybody up who's coming in late to the show. We have the Mays family here with us, Dean and Lucy Mays. And Lucy is in the 6th grade in school, and she was being bullied by a student who was much older than her. And her father, Dean, tweeted out and reached out to both Gina Carano and Mark Hamill if they would offer her some words of encouragement. And boy, did he get a great response from both of them. And, this hasn't hit the media yet, but it's going to. there's going to be some members of the media who's going to write a story on this. If you've not been contacted already, Dean, it's going to happen. There's without a doubt that it's going to happen. And it's such a positive story. And here's the our generation right here. How did you feel when you got this? And read this one for us.
So this is from Mark Hamill himself. So a bully is just a sad person who should be pitied and ignored. As long as your daughter believes in herself and knows that she is loved, she will be fine. And you believe in yourself, don't you, Lucy? And
Yeah.
You know that you're loved?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we think we've got that in the bag. So, but again, I just thinking about it now, I'm speechless. You know, like this is an interaction that you know, it just means so much. You know, to an old school fan like myself, and you know, just to give some encouragement to this little one here. So, you know.
Yep. Yeah, that's actually one thing I can say about Mark Hamill and Gina Carano is they love the fans, and they have really gone out of their way to kind of have that connection with them and reach out to other fans and that sort of stuff. So, and y'all's story is a perfect example of that, and it's really awesome that they actually saw your message and responded to it.
Well, here's something that we would like to do. Everybody in the chat. Lucy's joining us. Oh, this is so awesome.
Hey, Lucy, can you hear us?
Hey, Lucy,
Hello.
how are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Lucy, I got to tell you, we are really big fans of yours. You are a very brave Jedi Master.
Thank you.
We are very glad to have you on the show. And I'll tell you what we're going to do. If you could see your dad's screen and you could see the chat, we're going to send a message. Lucy is our Jedi Master. And if everybody in the chat would throw this up so Lucy could see it. We want to have that scroll everywhere for her because we want her to see that. We are big fans of yours, Lucy, and we want you to know that. And when bad things happen, you think about your heroes, you think about how your dad loves you, and you think about how you got a lot of fans. There's people, you really, really do. So how did you feel, Lucy, when you got a message from Gina Carano?
I was just, like, it was weird. Like, you never really think a celebrity or someone would ever really just notice you, but I suppose I was really lucky. Like that. That's amazing. I was pretty, I suppose, at the time when Dad came home and showed me, I was feeling a bit like bad to go to school. Like I didn't want to go because I just thought, I'm going to get picked on again. But then when I saw that message, I was like, I felt amazing. I felt so special, and so I was really happy. Yeah. And
Go ahead, Lucy. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. And I just felt better to go to school.
Absolutely. So, Lucy, I remember when I was 15 years old, I was being bullied, and there was a cartoon character that I loved. His name is Wolverine. Have you ever heard of Wolverine?
I think so, yeah.
Well, I just pretended like I was Wolverine when I went to school that day.
Yeah.
And I acted braver than I probably really was. Cara Dune is a very brave, strong character. And Gina Carano is a very strong, brave person in real life. So that has to really make you feel good. And you could be that too, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So how did you feel, Lucy, when Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker, sent you a message too?
I was mind blown. Like, at first I was like, with Gina, I was like, what? And then when Mark Hamill, I was like, what? So yeah, I definitely think that I think a lot of the women in Star Wars are very strong and independent, and also like, and just also the men, they're amazing. So yeah.
So did you tell anybody at school about this, and what'd your friends think about this?
My friend Taylor, she also really loves Star Wars, and when I told her, she was really excited. So yeah.
So Lucy, who likes Star Wars more, you or your dad?
Oh, probably Dad, but I'm still a big fan. So yeah. Yeah.
Is
Like,
Cara
yeah.
is Cara Dune your favorite character?
Oh, I don't know. In Mandalorian, definitely. I love her. She's amazing. But I feel like Baby Yoda just is like the best alien, definitely.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, I suppose I love in The Force Awakens, Rey is by far my favorite, and then just in the other movies, I love Padme and Leia. So yeah.
Good for you. Well, we're glad that you love Star Wars.
So is Rey one of your dad's favorites?
Is Rey one of your favorites? Yeah, he likes Rey. Yeah.
It's hard to not like what our daughters like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well, which Star Wars movie, Lucy, is your favorite?
probably I love The Return of the Jedi. That was good. Yeah, I reckon that was one of my favorites, but The Force Awakens was also really good. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that's good. So, Lucy, one thing that I would do if I were you, if I were you, I would write down what happened this week, so you could always go back and read about it. Because, Lucy, what a special week you had.
Yeah.
You'll remember this week forever.
Yeah, for the rest of your life.
Yep.
The Force is strong with Lucy. There's no doubt about it.
I'll take this memory to the grave.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep. So what I want to ask you, what do you think about Mandalorian season 3, and how did you feel at the end of Mandalorian season 2 with Baby Yoda leaving with Luke? How'd you react to that episode?
I got when Luke came. I was really like at the bit when he was fighting all the
Dark Troopers.
Yeah, the Dark Troopers.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was like really cool, and then because you didn't know and you were excited to see who it was, and then when I saw Luke Skywalker, I was so amazing. Like, I was so amazed and stuff. But then I did get a little bit sad when he took Baby Yoda, because I don't know. I love Baby Yoda. And
that was kind of a little bit of a tearjerker moment, huh?
Yeah, but you know, I think Luke will take good care of Baby Yoda whatever happens. So yeah.
Do you have any Baby Yoda toys?
No, but I've always dreamed of having one. So yeah,
Well,
I don't. Yeah.
It looks like your dad has a lot of stuff there. You need to try to convince him to buy you a Baby Yoda plushie doll or something, or one of the animatronic things.
Yoda plush. Yeah. But we do have like a little R2D2 over here.
I see him right back there. Did your dad build that?
No. Oh, did you build it?
That's from the way the camera is, it looked like that was an actual size R2D2 sitting on the floor back there.
Well, no, but it's still pretty cool. It's a bit, it doesn't work as well as it used to, but he also has this massive wall of Star Wars figures all here. So
You've
I
got
had a
some
bunch of
really
those.
nice comments from our community here. We've got a channel here, Lucy, that this channel is about Star Wars and how much we love it. And we celebrate Star Wars every weekend on Saturdays. And our people here are sending you some really nice messages. You've got one, Lucy Mays is our Jedi Master. Look at that. Wendy Vega says, I love the way she says Skywalker. Will you say Skywalker for us?
Skywalker.
Yeah, that's good. Mike Trout says the Force is strong in Lucy. Nick got a compliment. Phoenix Rider says Nick is such a cool guy. Lucy, he's really not that
Not
cool.
really.
He's really
Not really not.
No, I'm sure you are.
Stephanie, our friend Stephanie says, hey, Lucy, we love you. You're a great kid.
Thank you.
We got Lucy is our Jedi Master. She is so smart. Like I told you, Lucy, you've got a lot of friends here. We really think a lot of you, and we're behind you, Lucy. The Force is strong with you. You've got friends at Echo Base Network, and you could come here and play Star Wars with us anytime you want to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You are so
Yeah, and-
welcome.
And remember one thing, as you get older and stuff, a lot of the stuff that you're going through now, it's just going to help develop the person you turn out to be later on in life. And these are just life experiences. And one day, school and high school and all this stuff will be so far behind you. It'll be like another lifetime ago, and you'll have a whole another life with tons of other friends. So just remember, any struggles you go through right now, that kind of stuff's not going to last forever. So you keep your head up, and we'll be here for you if you need us.
Yeah. I'll be going to high school next year, so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, great.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous, but I think the Force is with me. So
The Force is with you. And you know what, Lucy? Like me and Nick, we have been best friends since we were 12 years old. And do you know why we became best friends?
Because you both loved Star Wars?
You got it.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And here we are with our very own YouTube channel about Star Wars. How long later? Almost 30 years later. 30 years later, and here we are still talking Star Wars together.
Yeah, and I understand kind of what you are going through, because Coach used to bully me before he knew I liked Star Wars. So I used to get bullied too by Coach.
It's true. But he liked my girlfriend, Lucy. He liked my girlfriend.
Yeah.
So I was mean to him. Well, Lucy, thank you so much for coming on to the show.
Thank you for having me.
You are so welcome, sweetheart. We hope you come back sometime, okay?
Definitely.
Okay, good.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
May the Force be with you all.
You too. Oh, man. And Dean, I thought you said she was going to be nervous. She's a rock star.
So did I, guys. I was wondering whether
Yeah, she did great.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to get her a channel right now.
Yeah.
She's asked for one.
Yeah, you've got a special young lady right there. That's great. So how did you feel, man? Let's talk some Star Wars with you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your Star Wars story? That's something we always do with our featured guests. We like for them to tell how it all happened. You know, when did you first see it? How did you get hooked? And what did you love about it?
Yeah, so I first saw Star Wars back in '77 with my dad. I was 4 years old, and I can just remember it. And it was a little cinema in a town called Yallourn down here in Australia. And look, that was it. You know, that was the moment. I was that sweet spot for all kids born in the 70s. Star Wars just hit at that time, and forevermore, I was a Star Wars fan. So I'm telling that my microphone's still a bit bit low, so I'm going to have to speak a bit closer to it, I think.
Okay,
so,
you sound great.
Yeah,
You sound great.
That's good. Yeah, and of course, going into the 80s was, that was my sweet spot. So, I've loved Star Wars right throughout. You have that period sort of where you go into high school and it's not the coolest thing anymore, or you might just sort of put that little fandom away for a while. It was. Star Wars has figured in my life for my entire life, and I can't imagine not having it. So, it's interesting. I think for me, the message that Mark sent out to Lucy the other day was special in that I go back to the early 80s, and my younger brother was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. So there was a period in the early 80s, around about the time of Return of the Jedi, where he was very, very sick. And so I actually handwrote a letter to Mark Hamill back then, and I was like, 82, so I was 9 years old, and didn't know how to send it. And Dad actually got me an aerogram back then. This is really pre-internet, guys. So so I wrote this little letter to Mark Hamill to sort of hoping for. Look, I never heard from him. I think I was disappointed at the time, but I just put down to just the logistics involved in sending a letter back then overseas was huge. So I was probably got over it, but we never saw Return of the Jedi at the cinema because during that time my brother was undergoing chemotherapy, and we didn't actually get to see Return of the Jedi until around about 87, and it came out on VHS then down here in Australia. And that was we were sort of latecomers to it, but it was such a formative time for us. So I think getting that message from Mark Hamill the other day just unlocked a lot of memories for me. Just certain moments throughout life that you just they just come back to you at the oddest times. So
I'm going to guess, Dean, that it makes that moment even more special because that Return of the Jedi Mark Hamill, that Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker that you saw in 1987 on VHS, you just saw him a few weeks ago in The Mandalorian.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was the quintessential Jedi hero that I mean, heroes is such a flippant term these days, but back then, you had your heroes, and Luke Skywalker was my hero, so to see Luke Skywalker like that, what can you say? It was just,
that's a special thing.
Yeah, and to know that like Gina Carano was in the room on the set, in the character with Luke Skywalker is like, wow, there you go. So. And
they sent a message to your daughter.
Yeah.
So I'm a big time Frisbee disc golfer. We call it disc golf.
Yeah.
And I play all the time. And anyways, I try to get my daughters involved in that. And at one point, my oldest daughter showed a lot of interest in it, and she kind of was getting down on herself because she wasn't showing the kind of progress that she wanted to. And two of the best players in the world sent her a video message. I sent them a message over Facebook and asked them, could you encourage my daughter? She really thinks a lot of you. We're big fans of yours. And they did. They took time out of their day and sent my daughter like a 2-minute video message, like just kind of motivating her and encouraging her. And I know how that made me feel as a parent. I couldn't imagine if it was a Star Wars hero of mine, because I like Star Wars a lot more than disc golf.
Look, and I mean, that was my only motivation. And I should say that whilst the messages of support and love from around the world that we've received have been overwhelmingly positive, I'm surprised, and I know I shouldn't be surprised, that there are quite a few negative messages in there, and a lot of them actually question my motivations for doing it, you know. And it was just, it was simply to see if I could, like I said before, to create a little magic for my daughter, you know, because she was feeling down. And just try and pep her up a little, you know. That was all. We've been criticized for taking it to Twitter and not handling it in-house or with the school. And don't get me wrong, we are handling it in-house. Don't you worry. So that goes without saying. But it was simply about getting a bit of positivity happening. For my daughter, so you know.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
And Dean, I saw some of that negativity, so and I saw some of that in your tweet, but it was overwhelmingly positive, my friend. And the Star Wars community, the true fans of Star Wars, definitely understand what you did, and there's just nothing like it, man. Star Wars, you know, especially on Twitter. There's a lot of negativity and a lot of going back and forth. But at the end of the day, if you really get down to the people that love Star Wars, we're good people. And, you know, there's no doubt.
You know?
Yep. Star Wars has a very strong community. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say, I mean, so many of us come from such different walks of life, you know. And the minute that you say Star Wars, to the majority, the overwhelming majority of people, you're in. You know, you've got some sort of common ground. You can, you know, break bread over Star Wars, and it genuinely leads into, you know, great conversation about all sorts of other things. You know, and I've made friends for life as a result of my love for Star Wars. So you know. The negativity that I see there comes from a small and very vocal minority of people.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we are faced with those people as well. They like to show up here from time to time, but me and Nick, we don't get rattled by that. We're just like, hey, we're glad that you like Star Wars. You know, and a lot of people get like insulted if you don't like the same Star Wars that we like you like the prequels, or you like the sequels, or you like the original trilogy. It doesn't mean that we're enemies if we don't like the same things, or the same things even in Star Wars. So we, at this channel, Dean, we try to be open to anybody that loves Star Wars however they love it. We may disagree with you, but that's okay.
Yeah, like me and Coach aren't big fans of the sequel trilogy, but we've had people on here that really like the sequel trilogy, and that's fine. You know, we're not negative towards those people, you know, or anything. And at the end of the day, it's just, you know, everybody loves Star Wars, and it's hard not to love it.
And look, see, going back to the generational thing before, I mean. You know, we saw, Lucy and I saw The Force Awakens when it came out in 2015, and you know, I was high on the goodwill and you know, just the fact that Star Wars was coming back. And look, the sequel trilogy disappointed me in the main. And the sad thing about that is that there's actually some moments of brilliance in that trilogy, but they've been flogged by just some really bad decisions, you know, and Mark Hamill was treated. Perhaps all the legacy characters. I think there was a better way of executing that trilogy. But I can still appreciate parts of that trilogy. But look, at the end of the day, the original trilogy is my jam. You know, that's the
We're right there with you, 100%.
But you know what, Dean? I don't like the sequel trilogy at all, and I'll probably never watch it again. And I'm not really, I don't particularly care for Rey at all. But when your daughter says that Rey's one of her favorite characters, that makes my heart melt, man. Like, I love that. To see a young child loving Star Wars, however they do, I love that.
Yeah. And see, so much of how I see Star Wars actually comes through how I see Star Wars through the eyes of my kids. Like I've got a 14-year-old son who, you know, he's gone away from Star Wars a bit now. Although he did like The Mandalorian, but you know, Lucy still sees the joy and the magic of Star Wars, and I see a lot of it through her eyes. You know, and that keeps me young as well. You know. You know, to be able to engage with it on her level is just makes it so much more joyful for me. So, and I think that's where The Mandalorian has worked so well, because, you know, the production team on that show have captured something about that youthful magic, you know, and can communicate it to me in my 40s and to, you know, Lucy in her, you know, pre-teens. So that's great. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Dean, we hope that I hope that the media reaches out to you and that this story is broadcast
worldwide.
Everybody needs to see it. It's a great story. It's a great story about positivity, about hope, about community. And I really appreciate you guys coming on the channel. And I hope that you and Lucy will come back and visit us here again at Echo Base Network.
I'd like to thank you for reaching out to me. I was inundated with messages the other day, and as I said, it got a bit overwhelming for me. And saw your message, and I thought, oh my God, you know, these guys. I've watched these guys before, so. And so, to be given the opportunity just to come and have a chat with you about Star Wars and about Lucy's experience, look, I just want to thank you both. I really love what you guys do, and I just, I'd be more than happy to come and chat with you again. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah.
And Dean, one other thing I want to mention, one of our really good community members, Robert Pearson, he's actually a prop builder, has actually offered to send Lucy, he makes props, and he actually made one of the gear shifter balls that Baby Yoda likes to play with, Mando's gear shifter ball, and has actually turned it into a key ring with a leather strap on it. But he wants to send that to her. So if after this, if you'll send us in our Twitter DM your address there, I will give it to our good friend
absolutely.
Rob Pearson here, and so that he can send her one of those, and there might be a couple other things that might show up in the mail for Lucy too.
God, look, Robert, that's that is absolutely wonderful, my friend. Look, thank you so much for that. Look, I can't. I'm going to cry. You two.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We'll cry too, man. If you cry, we'll cry.
Yeah.
We've got a special community here of good people, and I'm going to tell you, Dean, you and your daughter Lucy are always welcome back on the channel. We hope that you'll bring her back, and we would love to know, Lucy, and your thoughts on Mandalorian season 3 when it gets underway. So you guys come back to the channel anytime.
Yeah, look, we'll make sure we do that. Yeah, we're excited for what comes next with the Mandalorian and even the Book of Boba Fett. You know, yeah, I'm really excited. So that's a great thing. You know, I'm excited again. You know, for a while there I wasn't, but you know, there's so much to look forward to. So you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but look, God bless you. God bless the community. I'm seeing the comment in the chat there, and look, you're all an awesome bunch of people. So I'm going to step away now and let you continue with your show. And yeah, thanks again for everything you've done. So.
Well, our pleasure, Dean, and thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Dean, we are Echo Base Network, my friend, and we'll be in touch.
Yep.
Top stuff. Good night, all.
See you, my friend.
See you.
Much love. Yep.
What a great story, Nick.
Yeah, 100%.
Guys, thank y'all.
And that's awesome of Robert Pearson to offer to do that.
Yeah, guys, you're the best community in the world, guys, and you make this such a pleasure for us to do this with you. Just amazing, amazing. All the messages that you guys are sending. Wow, we really do love Star Wars, and this community's it's the best. Nick, we've got some messages to go through here.
Yep. Shoot, I'm gonna go refill my drink while you hit those real quick.
So I'm going to go through these messages that we've got real quick, and Dean is still watching, so he will see some of your messages that you sent to him. So Venger sends a $4.99 super chat. He says, "Hi, I just want to apologize for criticizing the Gina Carano haters trying to hijack your fantastic tweet. Those people are bullies themselves." Well, thank you, Venger, for that message, my friend. And we greatly appreciate your support and everything, man. No worries at all. Nothing to apologize for. Nothing to apologize for. And then Mexican Iron Man sends a $15 super chat. He says, "Hey, Lucy and Dean, this is Mike from the USA, a.k.a. Mexican Iron Man. When I was a kid, the same thing used to happen to me at school all the time. Be strong, ignore their words, and use the force. Hail Echo Base." Thank you, Mike, for that $15 super chat, brother. We love you. Glenn Woodall sends a $1.99 super sticker. Thank you so much, Glenn, for your support of the channel here. We appreciate that. So thank you guys for those super chats. You are Echo Base Network, and this video is for you three. We also have a very special announcement. Matt Rissman has joined our member family. So if all of our members in chat would welcome Matt Rissman, Rissman, to the member family. You are Echo Base Network, Matt, and this video is for you, my friend. Welcome. All right, and Eric Horseman, Nick, sends us a $24.99 super chat. He says, "This super chat is dedicated to Lucy." Very special there. Thank you so much, Eric, for sending that very generous super chat. Valiant Renegade sends a $2 super chat. He said, some real quality programming, Echo Base. Love this. Thank you, Valiant Renegade. We appreciate that, man. And it's awesome having good people on the show. There's no doubt about it. We always want to magnify the goodness of Star Wars, and and just, yeah. Matt Rissman, not only did he join the member family, he sends Nick a $49.99 super chat. He says, "This stream represents everything about why it's so great to be a Star Wars fan. Thank you." And Matt, no words have we ever been prouder to hear than that. Thank you so much, man. And welcome aboard again, and thank you so much for that very generous super chat. And then Mike Trout sends a $50 super chat. He says, "Hail Maze family, hail Echo Base Network." Wow, Mike, thank you so much for that $50 super chat. We greatly appreciate that, man. And then Colleen Guerra says, "Hail Dean, in 1977, I was 12 and living in a car. I saw Star Wars and it gave me hope and changed my life. Luke was and is my hero. I could have gone down a dark path. I went into the military, got 2 master's degrees, and am now an engineer. Hail." Wow.
Wow. What an amazing story.
Me
and Coach are on the same. We're on the same page.
We're on the same wavelength, y'all. Yeah. What an amazing story. That is incredible, Colleen. Thank you for sharing that. We would love for you to come on and tell us about that sometime. That's awesome. So, and then, Nick, we got one more super chat to go over. Valiant Renegade just sent another $5 super chat. He said, "Have 13 and 16-year-old daughters and a 10-year-old son. Bullying is a real issue, and it's so heartening to see when our heroes stand up for our kids." You're absolutely right, brother. You are absolutely right. Valiant Renegade, always dropping wisdom and good points. So thank you. Thank you, Valiant, for sending that $5 and that great message. And then last one, Skywall Roberto Rowe, "The Force is Strong" with EBN, a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Skywall Roberto Rowe. So Skywall Roberto Rowe, Valiant Renegade, Colleen Guerra, Mike Trout, Matt Rissman, Valiant Renegade again, and then last but definitely not least, Eric Horseman. Thank you guys so much for your super chats and your generosity and your support here at Echo Base Network. We are, you are Echo Base Network, and this is for you. And then, wouldn't you know it, oh my goodness, Dean Mays, our guest. Dean, you didn't have to do that, man, but thank you so much. Dean says, "Thanks again for your generosity and friendship tonight. Much love, and may the Force be with you, Dean and Lucy." And Nick, I tell you what, that's getting that from Dean right there is worthy, definitely worthy of me going back and uploading a very special super chat video specifically for Dean and for Lucy. I've got to do it. Everybody just bear with me just one moment. It is already almost up. I've got to do it for Dean and for Lucy because it's for them. I've used this video in the last couple weeks, so I removed it to keep those fresh for you guys so you don't see the same ones over and over again, but got to do this for the Mays family. So, Dean, we are, you are Echo Base Network. It was our great pleasure having you on the show, and especially your daughter, Lucy. Lucy, we love you very much. We're all fans of yours. You be brave, young lady, and this video is for you. All right. Well, it's time. We're going to shift gears here, guys, and we're going to do a deep dive on something together. And I really want to get your feedback. Nick and I have really looked into some articles that have been written lately, talking about toxicity, talking about the fans versus the media. And we're going to shine a bright light on this, and this isn't going to be like a source of hate from us. We're looking at this very objectively. We're looking at this very logically, like Mr. Spock. And we kind of want to, because I feel good about who we are and what we do. And I'm not just saying that about myself and about Nick, but I'm saying that about all of us. I feel really good about who we are and what we do. And I think that when the media writes things like what we're about to look at, it makes them look pretty silly. And Nick is going to do what he does best. He's going to offer his commentary as I kind of present these things to you guys. And then when we're done with this, get ready. When we're done with buckle up. When we're done with this, y'all, we're going to have a pop-in session, and it's going to be a pop-in roundup. You guys come in, and you could talk about Lucy, about the Mays family, about what happened, or anything that you want to regarding what we're about to go over with the media versus the fans and toxicity and what is that and all of that. So without further ado, Nick and I are going to go over this with you. And I'm going to share this screen, Nick, so everybody can see what we're looking at here. Let's see. Make sure I'm sharing the right window. All right. So we've got a few different articles, and all of these articles are written by the same person. And I see new super chats coming in, and we're going to hit those. We actually are going to look at 3 different articles, guys. So I'm going to hit those super chats as soon as we're done with the very first article. And then we'll just continue to do that. So this article here, written by Ryan Britt, and we're kind of picking on Mr. Britt because all 3 articles are by him.
Yeah, and this wasn't intentional, picking out just his articles. It just happened to be that way.
Very ironic how that happened. But I tell you what, Mr. Britt, his article is kind of symbolic, or it's kind of, this is what we're getting in the media. This is the viewpoint. This is the objective. So let's go through this. So Star Wars sequel trilogy remake rumor is preposterous, trusted leaker says. And then it's got a subtext, Nick, toxic fandom at its worst. So I'll let you comment right there.
Well, I mean, just from reading that, what toxic fandom is he referring to? Because the toxic fandom that's actually toxic, like actually toxic, is so minute and small, they're not even worth mentioning or talking about.
Right.
So.
Yep, and what we're going to see as we go through this is basically it's the premise of if you are for a remake or if you're for a altered reality, then you are toxic. If you don't fully support the sequel trilogy, then you are toxic. And that, to me, is what is preposterous. And you guys know how the stance that we always take is if you like the sequel trilogy, we just said it to the Mace family. If you like the sequel trilogy, we are happy for you. Good. But we're definitely...
We're not going to hate on you for it.
No, but we're definitely a proponent of giving the majority of the fandom something they love. So let's go through this. And I'm going to read it kind of quickly in my nice southern voice for you guys. I'm going to start an ASMR channel, I swear. I'm kidding. I've got a bad feeling about this. Is Disney planning to erase the Star Wars sequel trilogy and replace it with a new Disney Plus miniseries? Is Elvis Presley living with aliens? It's time to come back down to reality. As a child, I too loved tabloids like Weekly World News with their outrageous claims about celebrity brains being replaced by UFOs, blah, blah, blah. So recently, the Star Wars community has been buzzing about a rumor concerning a secret project behind the scenes at Disney and Lucasfilm. It goes like this. Lucasfilm and Disney will use archive footage of Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill, and Carrie Fisher and essentially paint over The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker with a Disney Plus series that tells a new version of the sequel trilogy. Oh, and just to make it spicy, George Lucas will be brought back to direct these CGI Franken Star Wars, originating with a YouTuber called Doomcock and trumpeted by tabloid outlets like Express, the likelihood that this is going to happen is very close to zero, and all you have to do is follow the money. Do you want to comment, or do you want me to continue?
George Lucas isn't coming back. I'll just say that. I would love for him to come back. I would be 100% on board for him being involved. But in a way, I think he kind of is a little bit, especially with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. We've seen him on set there. But as far as him coming back and taking control, directing, taking on a whole project like that, I don't see that happening. I would love to see that, but I don't see it happening.
Well, speaking of Doomcock, we were on Doomcock's Friday Night Frolics as guests last night.
Mm-hmm.
But what Doomcock is saying about the erasure. Yeah, it is erasure, isn't it? The erasing of the sequel trilogy. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think you think that's going to happen, Nick.
I would love for it to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be an alternate universe, if anything. But my point is this. Doomcock's theory is not the only theory that's out there.
Yeah.
And Doomcock... Go ahead.
I was just going to add one thing. I was going to say Doomcock's theories on what this article is saying isn't so far-fetched as Elvis living with aliens.
Right.
I mean, that's in another universe. I mean, what Doomcock's saying is stuff that actually could have... people could actually do that. Elvis isn't actually living with aliens, so...
Yeah. Well, let's continue this. So, Inverse reached out to established leaker Jason Ward of Making Star Wars to get a gut check on these rumors. From The Last Jedi to The Rise of Skywalker, Ward has had early scoops about the future of the franchise for years. He draws from a wealth of sources that he scrupulously keeps anonymous, amounting to a composite of info which you could think of like Star Wars Deep Throat. He's right more than he's not, and double-checks all of his scoops before commenting. This is Mr. Ward saying, "There is nothing that makes me think anyone has any inkling of reworking the sequel trilogy. In fact, the idea is preposterous," Ward tells Inverse. Each of the sequel trilogy films is performing rather well for Disney Lucasfilm financially. To erase those would weaken a consistent revenue stream that is currently being capitalized on.
I think that is debatable. 100% that the Disney Lucasfilm sequel trilogy is, what did he say? Being capitalized on, which I'm sure it is to a certain extent, but not to the extent that they probably want or expected before those movies ever even came out.
Right. Yep. Well, he continues, Nick. He says, "Before anyone mentions the legions of Last Jedi haters and the money Lucasfilm stands to make by spinning such a bizarre stunt, allow this to sink in. The Last Jedi made $1.3 billion worldwide, and that's just ticket sales. And that's just one of the films in the sequel trilogy. It's easy to come up with correlative figures for home video, merchandise, and other ways the film is commercially licensed. Like many of you, I'm not crazy about The Rise of Skywalker, but it made $1.074 billion, while The Force Awakens somewhat famously made $2.066.
Real quick on that paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
So the Last Jedi, it made less money than The Force Awakens. But it made its money because it's Star Wars, for one. Two, everybody knew Luke was coming back, but they didn't know what to expect. So everybody was going to see that movie and didn't want to get spoiled. And so that first week, but if you look at the numbers on the thing that they're leaving out on these is if you look at the box office numbers after these movies have come out, I mean, they drastically drop off in their numbers. They made the vast majority of their revenue in the first 2 weeks. After that, there was such a huge drop off. Like, nobody was going back rewatching these movies. The merchandise sales were in the toilet. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, and Disney can't deny it. They know it. They might not come out and talk about it, but that they know it, and that's why I think that they're going to be going off in this other direction. But we'll continue here.
Well, and I want to make a point, Nick. You know what helped their sales too, especially with The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker? This is going to make you sick when I say it.
I probably already know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
YouTubers did. We did.
Yeah.
With all of the rumors and the leaks and the speculation, and they're going to fix it. They're going to fix The Rise of Skywalker. Luke's going to be back. And so many of us walked in there with that hope of the movie, and then we left and we're like, we're never watching that again. But they got our money.
I saw The Rise of Skywalker one time.
Yep.
And that was with Coach, opening night.
And we laughed. We didn't leave mad. No, we left mad for The Rise of
I booed in the theater when the end credits rolled.
You did.
and I fell asleep, I think, once or twice.
You did.
Did I, Coach?
You did. You started breathing heavy, dog.
Yeah, I was snoring over there because it was so boring. I was like, oh. Like, I've already read the whole script, and everything is happening exactly the way Doomcock was saying. All the rumors that he was putting out there were true. And it played out the exact same way, and I was just like, ugh. I mean, it was terrible. And then at the end, Ray Skywalker, I was like, oh my God, really?
Yep.
Come on.
I know, man. So the article continues. We're almost done with this. Inverse reached out to Disney for comment on the remake rumor, but as of this writing has not heard back. In fairness, there are literally billions of reasons why Disney wouldn't even feel like responding to this rumor. Disney bean counters could comfortably believe that the stories of the sequel trilogy were a resounding success. If you think about the numbers, despite what vocal aspects of fandom are saying, one way or another, the larger Star Wars mandate has nothing to do with what YouTubers think. The idea of erasing films would likely anger more fans than it would please, Ward points out. Can you imagine trying to convince the general public that the films they just saw do not matter? This isn't the Terminator franchise. He continues. The Terminator comparison is especially relevant when you consider how its most recent retcon failed. Terminator Dark Fate was a box office flop. Tangential proof that when movie franchises try to get too tricky with continuity, the audience isn't going to follow it. Yes, this is big right here, guys. This is big. Yes, Star Trek and Marvel get away with this kind of crap all the time. I want to read that again and make sure you heard that, Nick. Yes, Star Trek and Marvel get away with this kind of crap all the time, but applying those rules to Star Wars doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The mediums matter. Despite its success with The Mandalorian, it remains to be seen if Star Wars will be able to convince a huge audience to follow complex, in-the-weeds canon stories on TV. For now, Star Wars is still primarily a franchise anchored by feature films. Wrong. So I've got a few points to make about this article so far already. I'll defer to you if you want to go.
Well, just on that right there, I mean, I don't want there to be this time travel, alternate universes, multiverse thing. I don't want that. But the sequel trilogy is so bad, I'll take whatever they give me to get rid of it, to get away from it. I don't care what it is. I don't care if they came out and said, you know what, we screwed up on these films. They're no longer canon. They never happened. And they pick up at the end of Mandalorian Season 2 and move forward in an unknown direction. That would be ideal for me. But whatever gets us away from the sequel trilogy, I'm 100% on board for. And again, that's just my personal opinion because I hate the sequels.
Well, let's scroll back up here to the title of the article. Star Wars sequel trilogy remake rumor is preposterous, trusted leaker says. And then the subheading, toxic fandom at its worst. Has he said anything to support that yet?
Not one thing.
Nothing.
Not one thing.
That's the subheading to his column. And nothing Mr. Britt has said is even in the ballpark of that. So let's we're going to continue this article. We're almost done with it, but stop calling the fandom toxic if you have no evidence to support it. Just because we don't like the sequels does not mean that we're toxic. You are dealing in absolutes. We don't do that. You do. So, anyways...
yeah, listen to Obi-Wan.
I don't like the whole either love the sequels or you're toxic.
Yeah.
If you're... And here's another thing, Nick. Going back up here to what he said about Star Trek and Marvel. Yes, Star Trek and Marvel get away with this all the time. But Star Wars can't. There's already an alternate universe in Star Wars.
It's called Legends.
Well, it's not just called Legends. Dave Filoni, George Lucas, and Star Wars Rebels gave us an alternate reality. It happened right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, but even outside of that, we got Legends in the EU before Disney made it Legends. There's always been alternate universes and alternate stories and things that weren't actually canon. And I'm all for... I don't care if they say, this story of Luke Skywalker isn't canon, this is just alternate universe. You know what? It'll be canon in my mind. Yeah. Give us that. Take us down that road. Leave the sequel trilogies for the people that like those. I'm fine with that. But I don't want to watch Luke's journey to being a crabby old guy on an island wanting to die.
So let's and I want to get into the specifics of the alternative universe because a lot of people miss it. It's already happened and we all saw it. People who watch Rebels. Everybody talks about a world between worlds. I would say go back and watch it again, guys, because that episode really deserves a deep dive. There's definitely some more explaining that's got to happen. Some of the things about, in one of those realities, Ahsoka died. She didn't. If you go back to season... I said this on Doomcock's channel last night. If you go back to season 2 finale, where Ahsoka fights Vader... She didn't die in that episode. It shows her at the end. Vader's hobbled, walking off with his mask cracked open. Ahsoka was still alive. She didn't die. People conveniently forget that. It shows her walking into the temple at the very end of that episode. And then in A World Between Worlds, yes, Ezra pulled Ahsoka out from the past. From the season 2 finale episode, there he is in season 4. He pulls Ahsoka through, saves her from Vader, but not from death. She wasn't going to die because she didn't die. But when she came through, they had their dialogue. The Emperor tried to come through. They stopped the Emperor from coming through. The Emperor's trying to get them or whatever, and they both escape. And as they're splitting up and escaping, Ezra says to Ahsoka, when you go through your portal... come find me, because he didn't. He did not go. She did not go find him in his timeline, and she said, "I will." And it shows her go through her time portal, and Ezra goes through his, and it even shows Ahsoka laying on the ground, getting up, and walking off. And she says something about the Force is with you, Ezra Bridger, or whatever. There's your alternate dimension right there. And she's going to go find Ezra, and that's a whole nother world that's just opened before us. And if you go even deeper into that episode, it's Ezra's reality in that in the World Between Worlds where you're hearing the voices of the past and the future. You hear Rey. You hear Poe. You hear Obi-Wan. You hear the Emperor. You hear Vader.
Yeah.
But when Ahsoka goes back through, that might not be that future. That future could be different. So, anyways, let's continue on with the article here. The idea of erasing those films would likely anger more fans than it would please. Oh, we already hit that. Let me scroll down.
That's debatable.
Okay. This is the last bit of this article. And I want to get the chat's opinion here, because I think this is important. It's important that if the media is going to use this argument I'm going to completely flip the coin on them. And
Coach, and before you get into that point, I just want to make one comment on that what you just read just a second ago, talking about it would anger more fans if they erased them. How many fans came out of The Last Jedi with tears in their eyes, having just seen Luke Skywalker? I guarantee you, zero. How many fans couldn't hold back their emotions after seeing Mandalorian Season 2 finale?
Oh,
across the board, tons. You know,
I'll go cry right now.
so that right there is definitely debatable 100%. But
absolutely,
I digress.
Good point.
Continue.
That's a good point, bro. That's a good point. So I want to get your take on this, Nick, and everybody in the chat too. The writer says, Ryan Britt, there's one more reason these rumors can be dismissed as toxic fandom. He finally mentions it for the first time in the article. We're 1,000 words into this article, and he just
Let's hear
now
about
hits
this
it.
toxic fandom. I'm ready.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything yet. I'm ready.
Yeah. There's one more reason these rumors can be dismissed as toxic fandom gibberish. There's literally no reason to think Lucasfilm would disrespect the memory of Carrie Fisher, an actor who placed her faith in J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson to make a certain series of films. Fisher co-dedicated her final memoir, The Princess Diarist, to her Star Wars co-stars and directors, excluding Richard Marquand, the director of Return of the Jedi.
I wonder why.
Well, because the original cast and Marquand did not get along. That's been reported for forever. Fisher loved working with Abrams and Johnson. Had she not, he's got to bring that up. He's got to be able to take a shot at the original trilogy in any way he can. Fisher loved working with Abrams and Johnson. Had she not, she wouldn't have said nice things about them. The snub of the Return of the Jedi director Marquand speaks volumes. No, it doesn't. Nobody liked him. The idea, getting back to his premise here, the idea of erasing Carrie Fisher's final films would be a slap in the face to Fisher's legacy, Ward says. These are the films she believed in and agreed to make with J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson. I've got a comment on that. I'll defer to you because you're the expert commentary guy.
For one, Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill, and Harrison were all under contract for these films before George even sold them to Disney. That's already been... That's out there. That's public knowledge. So the fact that she's not on board with them just because she didn't even know that they were even going to be doing these. She had to do them regardless at this point in time, whether she liked them or not, so.
Well, and if you guys can think back to her interviews and the cast interviews, Mark Hamill talked about it. When they first pitched the idea to Carrie Fisher, she said, "We're doing it." And Mark Hamill was like,
on board.
Yeah, from the get-go. The moment they said it to her, she was 100% in. And Mark Hamill was like, well, I guess I am too. He was reluctant. She was all in from the beginning.
He said, I'll do it if Harrison does it, because he didn't think Harrison would do it. Harrison was on board, so Mark was... Yeah. If Harrison's involved, it says yes, then count me in.
But this is what I want to say, and I want the chat to tell me, check my oil here, guys, and tell me if I'm wrong. If they give us an alternate reality and they give the fans of Star Wars something that we actually want, would that not be honoring Carrie Fisher?
And did she even see The Last Jedi before she died?
No.
Does anybody even know?
I don't think so.
Did they even finish the film, and did she ever even see it?
No. But look at what's happened to Star Wars is my point. Look at, Nick, think about what has happened to Star Wars over the last few years with J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson. To go back and give something the fans love, like the end of The Mandalorian Season 2, would that not be honoring Carrie Fisher's legacy?
100%.
Yeah. That's not a slap to her face.
I mean, can you imagine if we saw Han and Leia not freaking living apart from each other and all that, and actually being a married couple with kids, fighting for each other? I mean, everything that has come up in the sequel trilogy is depressing. Everything in the canon of it with the original characters is depressing. Every single one of them, Han, Leia, Luke, all of them, it's all depressing. Who wants to go from their depressing normal lives to IP that they love and get more depressed there? Nobody wants to see that, you know?
All right.
I mean, come on.
Well, look, I want to remind everybody that we're going to have pop-ins as soon as we're done with this. We got 2 more articles to hit. I want to go through these super chats real quick and honor you guys and thank you for honoring us. The last one that we did was Dean May. So Rogue Soul sends a $10 super chat, Nick. He says, I was cycled through 7 different school systems as a kid because of bullying. Star Wars was my anchor. This stream means the world to me, guys. Lucy, you are our Jedi Master. Sorry I'm late. I was cooking. Rogue Soul, brother.
And I'm
Wedge
sure they're still
Antilles.
watching.
Yeah. Oh, they're still watching. They're with us. Thank you so much, Rogue Soul, for sending that. He is the Wedge Antilles of Echo Base Network. We appreciate that $10 super chat, my friend. Matt G sends a $2 super chat. He says, let's get into this Elvis thing instead. Yeah.
My mom loves Elvis, and she's never been to Graceland, and we're not even that far from it.
That's hilarious, Matt. So thank you for sending that, Matt. And then Polly from Latino Slant says, quick
Hail,
flyby to show Star Wars love and support. Hola, EBN. Hola, como estás, my friend, Latino Slant. So
Hail.
thank you guys
Hail,
so much for the super chats. Matt G, Latino Slant, and Rogue Soul. We appreciate it. Our brothers. We are, you are Echo Base Network, and this video is for you. Nick, we also have 2 new members to our member family. Mike Trout, everybody. If you would please send Mike Trout a welcome. He has joined. He is a Jedi Knight here in our member family now. So welcome to you, Mike. And then Sackville B, which I am assuming is the Sackville Bagginses. Sackville B has joined and become a Jedi Knight member as well. So
brother.
everybody, please welcome Mike Trout and Sackville B to our member family. We are, you are Echo Base Network. Welcome, guys. I thought a good idea would be to mix up our super chat videos and show some of the other stuff that we've got. We love Star Wars, and we're mainly a Star Wars channel, but man, we love everything sci-fi. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. I was just going to say, with that membership, we are 11 away from 100 members on this channel.
And when did we start memberships?
A month ago.
I don't think it's even been 4 weeks.
No. It's been a little over a month ago. We did it right before Christmas.
Well,
So
that's
like
amazing.
a month and a half. But that's awesome. And speaking of, we have members watch party tomorrow. We're actually going to be watching Addie Wan's Star Wars A New Hope Revisited. So this is a fan-made Blu-ray special edition. So they have some of the special edition stuff from the Lucas one, the stuff that's decent and okay, but they actually put in their own stuff. And after that, we're going to watch Empire, and that special edition fan edit is really well done. And he's actually working on Return of the Jedi right now, but it's not out yet.
We also want to say that all you have to do is show up in the Zoom. Nick's got the media. He's going to share it. We'll all be able to see it together. And what members is that specifically, Nick?
So we're gonna do So the watch parties are for Jedi Knight and Jedi Master members only, but for this first one, we're actually going to allow all members to watch this.
Okay, great.
Because we can have up to 100 people in the Zoom, and it'll be tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
So just be on the lookout. We'll post a community post with a time, an exact time, and all that tomorrow.
Awesome.
So just be
so
on
our
the lookout
Padawan members are invited to this one as well.
Yeah. After that, the Padawans won't be able to come to the watch parties, but for this first one, just to celebrate everybody joining and becoming members, we're gonna allow everybody to see it.
Awesome. Well, let's continue. Thank you for that update, Nick. Let's continue our look at these articles. So here's Ryan Britt article number 2. We already touched on the first one. You stop calling the fans toxic with no evidence to back it up and support it. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Either love the sequels or you're toxic is not true. Star Trek and Marvel can have an alternate reality, but Star Wars can't. But it already has, so what Star Wars have you been watching? And then Carrie Fisher is not being disrespected in any way by the fandom. And for you to say that is very preposterous. So let's continue here with this Access Media article. Mandalorian Season 3 might fix the Star Wars sequels, Favreau hints. Subtitle: the new Star Wars Disney Plus shows are shaping up to be the prequels of the 2020s, Nick. You're going to have fun with this one, my friend. Yeah. Disney will never erase the Star Wars sequel trilogy. As much as toxic Star Wars fandom focuses their weird hate on the creative decisions behind the sequel films, The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker, these movies are part... I didn't even finish the first sentence.
Weird hate? The movies are trash. There's nothing weird about it. They're subjectively trash. For OT fans and people that are ultra passionate fans, for the general audience, yeah, they're probably decent.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's look. This first sentence is quite a doozy. I'm going to to start it over. So, as much as toxic Star Wars fandom focuses their weird hate on the creative decisions behind the sequel films, we don't focus. We laugh.
Yeah, they're trash.
Yeah, it's funny.
We've
The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi,
on
and The Rise of Skywalker. These movies are part of the larger story of Star Wars. Like it or lump it. 20 years ago, Star Wars fans had to grapple with a similar truth when The Phantom Menace recontextualized the faraway galaxy in a way that not everyone loved.
Real quick, Coach, did you come out of The Phantom Menace speechless?
No.
Me neither.
I was unsure.
Yeah,
I knew there were some great parts, but it was different, and I couldn't put my finger on it.
Yeah, we had just seen a new Star Wars movie, so we were hyped.
But when I walked out of The Last Jedi, I didn't have that feeling.
No.
I knew that was dog crap.
Yeah. I tried convincing myself that it wasn't bad. I went back and saw it a second time.
Yeah.
You know, like an idiot.
All right. These days, the prequels aren't as hated as they once were, and the larger goal of those films to explain the backstory of the classic trilogy is still very much a part of Star Wars. So let me stop there. I agree. I was not a fan of the prequels. I wasn't.
Yeah, neither was I.
But I like them now. I like them fine. I don't love them like I love the OT, but I do love Episode 3, and there are parts to Attack of the Clones that I love, and the last 15 minutes of The Phantom Menace is awesome.
Yeah.
So, but I've said it a million times on this channel. Nick already knows what I'm going to say. The Clone Wars cartoon series made the prequels very good.
Yeah. Because you were able to flesh out a lot of those characters and a lot of those story arcs a lot better, and you felt more invested. You know, that's the thing about TV shows is you can flesh a whole lot more of that out than you can in a single hour, 30 hour, 45-minute movie. You know, Cobra Kai, season 1, you wouldn't have been able to squeeze all that into one movie and had those same feelings towards some of those characters. You know, if it wasn't drawn out into a TV show, you know.
Right. Yep, I'm with you. So let's continue here. From a certain point of view, the forthcoming Disney Plus shows, including Mandalorian Season 3, are exactly like the prequels. Ahsoka, Rangers of the New Republic, and Mando Season 3 are all poised to fix the backstory of The Force Awakens and everything that came later. Here's why. I'm really shocked you didn't say anything yet. In a recent interview with the Writers Guild of America, Mandalorian creator and Marvel stalwart Jon Favreau said, "The Mandalorian inherits a great deal from existing Star Wars stories, and when I write, that context is always a consideration. It became clear that, with the established continuity, certain things were likely to transpire." He really didn't say anything right there. Anyways, this comment led to several websites speculating that Favreau had implied the events of the new Disney Plus shows would eventually bump up against the canon of the sequel trilogy. Well, no duh, he says. What's interesting about this interview with Favreau is that he admits openly that explaining and elaborating on Star Wars continuity is an active component of how the stories are created. He misspelled created. In Mandalorian Season 2, we saw a lot of this. Fandom questions like what happened to Boba Fett and what's up with different Mandalorians or where's Luke Skywalker were not only addressed but incorporated into the major narrative thrust of the entire season. Nick, it's really interesting to me how now the media is saying, oh yeah, it's natural that Luke Skywalker showed up when nobody thought it was going to happen. Nobody.
We even had a show. Coach was like, I think we're going to see Luke. And I was like, no way. No way they're bringing Luke into this. They hated on his character and Mark. That whole entire sequel trilogy, there's no way they're bringing him into this.
Yep. There's some fans that had hope, like I did, that Luke would show up. And he did in a big way. But the media didn't think that was going to happen. And people like this guy is mad that it happened, and we're going to prove that in a actual recorded show that Nick and I are going to be doing, and we'll release that on Monday. You won't want to miss that. Nick can't wait to get to that article, written by the same dude, I might add. But anyways, this may have made Mando Season 2 a little less accessible to non-diehards, but it's not like any Star Wars fan can say the show doesn't adhere to canon. All right? We'll see about that, won't we? Still adhering to canon and actively trying to explain it are two different things, and it feels like a larger Star Wars canon shakeup is underway. Disney and Lucasfilm have already said that a handful of these shows will tie together in some kind of crossover event, but what is that event? He goes on, the events of the sequel trilogy almost purposefully seem to avoid taking us to a planet. I don't want to get into that. He talks about the planets and how in the prequels they were on Coruscant and big planets with lots of people, and Mandalorian hadn't done that, and it's a weird take on trying to support his premise. I didn't follow it. I still don't follow it. It's not good. Here's what we want to get to.
Terrible scene.
Yeah, here's what we want to get to. Rangers of the New Republic, Ahsoka, and The Mandalorian Season 3 are actually poised to answer questions in the same way that the prequels made sense of the backstory of the classic films. Did the prequels make sense of the backstory of the films? No. No. We got to see what we already knew happened.
And there was actually some continuity issues there with the prequels that didn't line up with things that were said in the original trilogy. But people kind of skirt around that. That's another video, another topic.
So we're going to go ahead and stop this article. What we want to say is the prequel trilogy does not justify the sequels. And that's what this author is trying to do. Without saying that, he's trying to say, well, everybody didn't like the prequels in the beginning, and it got better. And that's going to happen with the sequels as well. And what we're saying is that the prequel trilogy does not justify the sequels. It never will. Just like what Nick just said, the feelings of walking out of the theater cannot even be compared.
Yeah, the issues I have with the prequels are really insignificant next to my feelings and thoughts on the sequel trilogy. It is way beyond what the sequels or what the prequels did. Way, way beyond.
Right.
And the fact that we had the Clone Wars, and yeah, it did make the prequels better. Like I said earlier, there's nothing you're going to be able to do to make the sequels better, because the sequels are just depressing. The characters' outcomes and where they end up is depressing, and nobody wants to see that crap. Nobody wants it. And the thing about the prequels is you already knew Anakin's story. You already knew that he was going to become Darth Vader, but you knew at the very end that he was redeemed. Mm-hmm. So seeing that journey of him becoming that was a great journey to actually see that actually happen. And then to have other characters involved and be able to hit on that and form a story around those other characters with the Clone Wars and everything was just, there was so much great storytelling to tell there.
Yeah.
That it's not the same thing with the sequels. It is not the same thing. It's comparing apples and oranges.
You're exactly right. So Nick, do this for me while I hit this this membership. If you will rename the stream, is Star Wars writing off Luke Skywalker's character? Because that's what we're about to get into. Yes, guys, you heard that right. Is Star Wars writing off Luke Skywalker's character? I know that might not sound like it makes sense. It might sound alarming. It's the third article that we're going to look at from Ryan Britt from Inverse that is, in a word that he likes to use, preposterous. This guy, I hate to take such a hard line because we typically don't do that, but this is crazy. This is crazy talk. This is crazy talk. So I do want to bring up that we have Renee Acevedo sends a $2 super chat. She says, low on credits right now, so hell, Echo Base Network, I'll be there tomorrow. So thank you so much, Renee, for that super chat. We greatly appreciate that. And this video is for you. All right, if those first two articles didn't get you guys riled up, this one probably will. This one probably will. Okay, so let's get into this. Oh, Nick, you have absolute freedom to interrupt me whenever you choose and do Nick's takes. Okay. Mandalorian Season 3 theory solves the most annoying question about Luke. Subtitle: there's a very simple possibility as to why we might not see much more of Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker.
That would be a financial
suicide
bad decision on Disney's part. Yeah.
Yeah, suicide. Okay. Hail, Mr. Christian Lima. Tron Legacy is the GOAT, sir. I love it. It's in my top 5 of all time.
Love Tron Legacy.
All right. The biggest question. Actually, let's read those red letters up there. We got red letters, and this ain't even Jesus. Luke Skywalker can't possibly keep track of Baby Yoda. So already Luke's failing again. Here we go. The biggest question for The Mandalorian Season 3, outside of King Mando taking the throne of Mandalore, is how and when Baby Yoda gets reunited with Papa Din Djarin. The adorable relationship between Mando and Baby Yoda is the heart and soul of The Mandalorian, so getting these two back together again is probably a much bigger deal for the future season than we realize. And I just want to stop and make a point here. For somebody who writes a column to still be saying Baby Yoda, but you're writing a Star Wars column, we can't take you very seriously. Fans can still say Baby Yoda because they're tied to that. That's fine. But if I'm writing something for a website that's actually going to publish something, I would actually use the character's name.
Yeah.
But anyways, I digress. That means Luke Skywalker might not actually appear that much in Mando Season 3 because he can't keep up with Baby Yoda.
Yeah, which I've already said I don't think we'll see Luke at all in Season 3 of Mando.
Maybe not. We already know that Luke probably didn't train Grogu before The Force Awakens, so the question is why? Perhaps Baby Yoda didn't want to be trained. Let's dissect. Runaway baby. What if Baby Yoda just ditches Luke Skywalker in Season 3? We're not saying that, please laugh it up, Fuzzball, because this is funny. We're not saying that Luke will be a bad teacher or a bad babysitter. But, much like Anakin Skywalker, Grogu has been separated from his parent, and that trauma will inform his entire Jedi education. But, unlike Anakin living in the Jedi Temple as a kid, Luke likely has a fairly informal setup at this point in his Jedi teacher days. If Grogu has been wielding the Force since the time that Anakin was born, then it's possible his latent skills are more powerful than Luke's. This doesn't mean that Grogu is a more proficient Jedi or anything, but his raw power could allow him to slip away from Luke Skywalker long enough to find Mando.
All right, so if this is so stupid. So I read this article earlier today, and I texted Coach on. I was like, that last article, which is this one, has to be probably one of the dumbest things I've ever read. So first of all, why would if he wanted to stay with Mando, he just would have stayed with him at the end of Mando Season 2 and not gone with Luke. He got permission from Din Djarin, and he went with Luke. That was his choice. So now you're saying he's changing his mind and gonna escape Luke? Like he would need to escape Luke? Like I'm sure if Grogu was like, hey, I don't want to be here anymore, I want to go back to Din Djarin, Luke's not going to be like, sorry, you're stuck here for life.
Yeah.
You ain't going nowhere.
Nowhere.
He wouldn't have to escape Luke. This is so dumb, but please continue this stupid article.
Tell us how you really feel, Nicholas.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, the most interesting way to get Baby Yoda and Mando back together for Season 3 is to simply have Grogu escape from Luke. It fixes the Luke problem.
There's no Luke problem. Continue.
It fixes the Luke problem. I actually want to jump in here and make a comment real quick. Nick, you and I discussed heading into Season 2 of Mando. Before we even got there, we discussed, is this going to turn into the Baby Yoda show? I don't want that.
It's not. No,
obviously it's not.
Yeah.
But I was a proponent of this needs to be about the Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did I get more invested in the character of Grogu this season? Absolutely I did, because they gave us some backstory. He wasn't just a little green cute thing. They actually made him relevant.
Yeah, and the thing about Grogu that's relevant to the Mandalorian is it showed what kind of character Din Djarin is. It developed that character having him there. So he was like a character aid to Din Djarin. That storyline is over for at this point, and Grogu has now gone off with Luke, but now we have a way more well-shaped and developed character with Din Djarin moving forward. You know, we understand and get him way better now because of having that Grogu tied to him in these first two seasons.
Look what a mic drop comment Michelle gave us here. Michelle Burrow says they have a Luke problem only because he's our hero once again.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong there.
That's 100% fact. All right, so let's continue this craziness. It fixes the Luke problem. The producers and writers of The Mandalorian painted themselves into a corner bathed in the green light. If we're meant to think that The Mandalorian Season 2 is a cliffhanger that teases Grogu's Jedi training with Luke Skywalker, then it follows that Season 3 will have to feature more Luke Skywalker. No, it doesn't.
No, it does not. And it wasn't a cliffhanger. The end of Season 2 was almost like more of a series finale than a season finale. There was no cliffhanger. It was literally the end of a story. Yeah, we don't know about the.
It's the end of a story arc.
Yeah, with the Darksaber, but that was kind of meaningless at that point in time. Up to that point, you know, that's something completely separate. But that story arc up to that point, that was the ending of it.
Yeah,
that was the end. So
I'm going to check everybody's temperature in chat, and I want to ask you, give us a 1. Maybe.
Oh, don't have them give us a 1. Let's have them give us an emoji.
Well, everybody doesn't have an emoji.
Oh yeah, that's right.
All right. So
for members, give us an emoji.
Give us a number 1 if you would like to see a Luke Skywalker show on Disney Plus, and Grogu be in that show. Give us a 2 emoji if you would like to see Grogu get back to Mando.
Yeah.
What do you say, Nick? Would you like to see a Luke Skywalker show and Mando is in that show? Or, I'm sorry, not Mando. Grogu is in that show, and Mando is in Mando doing his thing.
I'd be all for it. I'd be all for seeing Grogu in there with Luke. And the thing is, we'd probably also see interaction with more R2, 3PO, Han, Leia, Chewie, the New Republic, all those characters with. I mean, can you imagine? You know, if Luke's like training Grogu and Leia and Han are there, and we see their introduction to meeting, you know, Grogu and stuff, like,
right.
There's a ton of cool stuff that they could do there for sure.
Right. Well, I'm looking at all of your feedback, and I'm hoping that. Guys, we know this. This is not about like me and Nick think we're big time, because we're not. We're small potatoes, guys. We love you guys. We got the best community on YouTube. You guys are awesome. But we know that people from Disney are watching all of our channels.
Yeah.
They're watching videos. They're seeing what we're saying. They're going to see all those ones. Somebody is going to see all that. I got to believe that.
They don't have to spend. They don't have to spend money on research and stuff. They can literally just go to YouTube and just look at it themselves.
So for the people who do not think that we're going to get a Luke Skywalker show in the future, I'm not saying it's going to be next year, but I don't think there's any doubt there's going to be a Luke Skywalker show. Whether it's an animated show, whether it's Sebastian Stan, whether it's Mark Hamill, I don't know. But we are going to get a Luke Skywalker. It's going to happen. It makes dollars make sense.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, me personally, I don't. I need to see I need to see the Luke face and voice. Like I think that CGI Luke doing a deep fake or something else, I think that could have been done better. Moving forward with the Luke Skywalker show, but casting another actor for some of these OT characters, I don't know. I would have to actually see it to really be able to judge it and to see if I would accept it or not. But just off the top of my head, I don't know how well received I would be to seeing that. I might love it, but these are just kind of my first thoughts and ideas on it.
Well, I'm 100% behind it. Make it happen. I'm going to trust in Jon Favreau to get that done correct. Nobody knew how they were going to feel, not really, I don't think, with Rosario Dawson when she was first cast as Ahsoka. When we saw it on screen, they nailed it. They have experimented with Luke Skywalker now. They will perfect it. They will perfect it.
The difference there is Ahsoka was an animated character brought to live action. Luke Skywalker is somebody that we've grown up and known for our entire lives.
I'm not arguing with you, brother. I'm just saying that I trust Jon Favreau to get it done right.
Yeah. I do too. I think whatever they end up doing, I think it'll be done right. And maybe I won't think it is, but maybe a lot of other people will. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yep. So let's continue this crazy article. I see super chats coming in. We're going to hit those in just a moment. So, assuming you were okay, and this is geared towards you, Nick. What you just said. I forgot about this part of the article. Assuming you were okay with the de-aged CGI Mark Hamill Luke in The Rescue, do you really want to see more of that in Season 3? Objectively, even the fans who loved it have to admit on some level that it's distracting.
Yeah,
I think you're going to have to...
I agree with that part. It was a little bit.
Okay.
Especially, really only when he was talking in long sentences, when he said more than one word, you know, the mouth movements, that sort of thing. It just wasn't. It was off. You know, it kind of pulled me out of it a little bit. It was, you know.
All right, I'm gonna 100% have to disagree with you. Doesn't mean that I don't love you. This is how you do that, toxic people. Not us. I'm talking about the writers. This is how you do that. I disagree with Nick. It didn't distract me at all. I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah. I mean, I loved it, but when I saw it...
Time out. Coach, 30 seconds. I loved it. And what I want everybody in chat to do is, if you're with Coach, if you're riding with Coach right now, throw in a number 1. And if you're riding with Nick right now and you were distracted, throw in a number 2, just so we could get that feedback.
Well, let me give my take before they choose one way or another. Okay. I loved that scene, but when I saw it, I was like, oh, yeah, that's kind of video gamey, you know, a little bit. I didn't hate it, you know, but I could tell it was recognizable to me. It was an observation like freaking Boba Fett having dad bod.
Could have been better.
It's just an observation.
I'm with you as far as that it could have been better, but I'm so happy by it that I'm like, whatever.
I'm the same way. I'm just saying I recognized it and was like, yeah, that's not great, but it's acceptable.
Yep. All right. So here, let's continue. And I'm seeing, like, we're getting a bunch of 1s and a bunch of 2s and even some 3s, and there's a 12. So, all right.
Mark's infinitely tired. Nick is always right. Where is that?
Oh, my gosh.
Hang on.
Remove his wrench.
I just want to highlight that.
Remove his wrench.
All right.
Remove it.
We're leaving that comment up for the rest of the show. Continue with the article, Coach.
Okay. All right. Whatever. If Baby Yoda does run away from Luke in The Mandalorian Season 3, this wouldn't mean that Luke wouldn't appear at all. It just means that I think we're done here. I think we're done here. I don't know if there's any... Look, it's ridiculous. There is no Luke problem. Luke is Star Wars. I'm not going to drop this mic because this is a $250 mic. But Luke is Star Wars. There is no Luke problem.
No.
So, all right. Nick, if you want to go ahead and throw down we're going to have a giveaway. We're going to have a giveaway here in just a few minutes, guys, after our pop-in session. So, anyways, I want to hit the super chats real quick before we start our rounds of pop-ins.
Yeah, and real quick before you do that, so Carol Morales,
who is CredSox05.
Yeah, who is CredSox05, actually sent this to us for a giveaway, and we are going to be giving this away tonight. I haven't decided how we're going to do this yet because we got so many people. The spin wheel,
I've got it. Don't worry, I've got it.
All right.
I've got it. There's a comment for you to read real quick that's been shared, Nick. Just wanted to point that out.
Coach Rob, really? I thought you were my friend, man.
Here we go. All right, so we got some super chats. Captain Texas sends in a $14.99 super chat. He says, the Clone Wars show expanded... Ooh, this is going to be good. The Clone Wars show expanded the prequels, Nick, so well. My 3 favorite characters quickly became Anakin, Ahsoka, and Captain Rex. Those last 3 seasons are great Star Wars, and Season 7 was just icing.
Yeah, my niece, who's 14, her favorite character out of all the Star Wars movies is Anakin.
Well, Captain Texas, I 100% agree with you. I love the character of Anakin Skywalker way more after I watched the Clone Wars. And now when I go back and watch the prequels, I had that feeling when I didn't have it before the Clone Wars. I love Ahsoka. I love Rex. I can't wait to the moment we see Rex in one of these series. I'm really hoping that happens. So great comment there, Captain Texas. 100% I'm with you. The Clone Wars made the prequels so much better. That's how I feel. So thank you for that. And OG says, thanks, Coach and Nick. I love the show. And OG, the show loves you, brother. Thank you so much for supporting us here and sending that $15 super chat, my friend. Much love. Reese Flynn sends $20. I completely agree what you guys are saying when I watched episodes 7, 8, and 9. I didn't enjoy them. They weren't real Star Wars to me. I hope with the new shows coming can make Star Wars great again. I hope a Luke show happens. Reese, I completely agree with that. 7, 8, 9, not enjoyable. Luke coming back created so much positive energy in the Star Wars fandom, and we are behind that movement. If there are two different camps, Reese, we fully support the Favreau camp. And we're definitely wanting the Luke show to happen as well, Reese. So thank you so much for that $20 super chat. Greatly appreciated. Daryl Bell sends $5. He says, if you keep in mind that Luke ate Force Lightning, it makes the CGI more acceptable. Ooh. Nick, I think you're muted. Say something.
Oh, yeah, I was.
Okay. All right.
Every time I type, I just mute my mic here.
Okay. All right. So what do you think about Daryl's comment there? He got electrocuted like crazy. It's okay for him to look a little funky.
Yeah, but the thing is, we saw him after that happened, and he was not that way. So if he would have looked funky after that, like when he was dragging Vader across the floor, talking to him, burning his body with Leia in the Ewok village and celebrating, then that would be acceptable to me.
Okay.
But I didn't see that.
I got you. All right. Well, Daryl, thank you for that awesome thought and the $5 super chat, my friend. And Mike Trout says, I think maybe Favreau was unable to do better Luke CGI without altering enemy forces. KK, my theory.
The other thing I think is if they would have brought Sebastian Stan in, like they were trying to keep this thing under lock and key, and they did a great job of doing that for a whole year. So I think initially the CG thing was the only way. If they would have brought Sebastian Stan in and done all that, I think that might have been too much for them. And they might have been concerned about leaks getting out with him being on board and coming in and doing scenes and that sort of thing. So that might have just been, this is what they did for this last episode to introduce him, and it might be different moving forward.
I said altering. I meant, yes, Mike, I see that. Alerting. I think maybe Favreau was unable to do better Luke CGI without alerting enemy forces. My theory. And I think that's a really good theory, Mike, because one can assume if there's two different sides, one can definitely assume, and there's evidence to support, that one side wants to see Luke fail and doesn't want Luke to be doesn't want to admit that Luke Skywalker is Star Wars. Just like Dean Mays was on our show saying earlier today.
Yeah.
Disney forgot. Kathy Kennedy never knew what Luke Skywalker meant to the fandom. And now she knows what you gonna do. Just like Hulk Hogan used to say, what you gonna do when that great lightsaber rolls on you. All right. Stephen Glenn. Hey, Dad.
Hey.
He says, we want to laugh and enjoy watching these characters, and the potential is there in spades for Grogu and Luke together. I agree.
Yep.
Much like the interactions between Anakin and Obi-Wan, we enjoyed so much. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, because if you go back to the Clone Wars and look at that relationship between Anakin and Obi-Wan during that series, like, it was way more in-depth and enjoyable than what we got in the prequel trilogy.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's just from the what bit of Clone Wars I've seen. I
Well,
get
and Steve, you saw the feedback that the chat gave. We would love to see a Luke and Grogu centric show, much like Mando had his time with Grogu. Now it's time to share him and let the real hero of Star Wars have some Grogu. Woo, son, that'd be crazy. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Steve, for that $10 super chat. And then Melissa Lord sends $2. She says, "Do you think we'll get a live action Heir with Filoniverse?" I do. Talking about Heir to the Empire.
The Empire with Thrawn. Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're moving in that direction. I mean, that they brought up him in that Ahsoka episode. Ezra's still out there. She's trying to find where Thrawn is. Ezra, I'm guessing, might even be with Thrawn. I mean, who knows at this point? I mean, we really don't. But yeah, I think in a way they're gonna probably cherry pick a whole lot from that book series. But also I hope at some point in time we get what George Lucas's original story for the sequels was going to be in some shape or form,
right?
Whether it be animated or whatever.
Well, Captain Texas, OG, Reese Flynn, Daryl Bell, Mike Trout, Steve Glenn, and Melissa Lord, we love you guys. You are Echo Base Network. Thank you so much for those very generous super chats, and this video is for you. Nick, I'm going to have to run to the restroom, and I will be right back. We have an incredible panel here. You're in charge.
Yep. All right, so welcome everybody. Glad that you guys all came on to be a part of our pop-in session tonight. The floor is yours, but try to limit it. Have your mics muted until it's your turn. So if there's any background noise or whatever, it doesn't interrupt the other people that are trying to share their thoughts. And try to keep it at under 5 minutes if you can. And you guys can only come on once. After this panel's done, we got to make room for other people. So don't try to come in again later. We're going to try to limit everybody to once, just so we can try to get as many folks to share their thoughts and opinions as possible. But we will start with Renee. Renee, the floor is yours. You talk about anything you want to talk about, whether it's what we discussed tonight or something completely different that you want to bring up, another topic or whatever. But the floor is yours. Go ahead and shoot.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sound good, man.
Perfect. So hail, Nick, and hail, Coach. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was the panel, the Mays family. So I just want to give a message out to Lucy. It's funny, you guys called me out Coach called me out on the super chat and called me a her. And that was one of the things I used to get bullied about when I was a kid. So all from grade school through high school was like, oh, you got a girl's name, you must be a girl. And so Lucy, I just want to tell you that I was bullied all through school. I was bullied for being too short, for being too skinny, for having a girl's name, for having bug eyes, for being a Star Wars nerd. And you just got to focus on what you need to do in school, focus on your schoolwork. If you get into sports, focus on that. Do what makes you happy, because those are just people who are toxic and who have something that they feel bad about themselves that they have to project out to the world. So as long as you don't let those people spread their bad energy, their poison, you're going to be just fine. So Lucy, I applaud you, and I'm happy that happened to you this week. And hail, Lucy.
Yeah, so awesome. Yeah, and I'm sure that they're still watching also. So those are great words of encouragement from you, Renee, for sure.
Yeah, and so Nick, I'm going to have to agree with you about the CGI Luke. Yes, I loved it. I loved every minute of it. I, fell on the floor off the couch
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
I realized it
100%.
really was Luke. But it was a little distracting. It's not a deal breaker, but it did kind of throw me out of the moment just for a little bit. Just because I've seen better CGI.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a movie with Pesci and De Niro that came out on Netflix. It was a little bit better de-aging technology. But it didn't take
The
away
Irishman.
from the moment. Yes, it
Good
didn't
movie.
take away from the moment. And there's been other films that have done it. Yes, it's a little distracting. Rogue One, of course, Tarkin and Leia, but it doesn't take away from the moment. And I think you made a great point with they needed to kind of do like a quick CGI so that nothing could leak out.
Yeah.
But I think Seb Stan will be something that could be good. Like you said, we have to wait and see what happens and see how it looks. But I mean, if there's any candidate, it would be him.
Yeah, and I could be completely on board with that. The thing is, I haven't seen it yet, so I can't really speak on it. I could see it and be like, oh my god, like he sounds and looks exactly, and be 100% on board. Or it could be like, oh yeah, it's just I can tell it's just not Luke, and it could pull me out of it. And that's the thing. I just don't want to be pulled out of the experience of it.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. So that's all I got to say. I'm just curious about what everyone else has to say, but I really wanted to get the message out to Lucy.
Awesome, great
Absolutely.
message.
Thank you, Renee.
He had to get on you, Coach, because you called him a she.
I know I did that, and as soon as I saw you pop in, I go, oh. I said, thank you, ma'am, or something like that.
That's
Renee,
why
I'm
Coach
so
ran
sorry.
off. He was like, I gotta go to the bathroom.
He ran away like a
The
bully
look of
would.
shame. I'm
no,
so
no,
sorry.
It was great. No, it was a good moment because it led to my point, what I wanted to say to Lucy. It was just the main thing that I was bullied for was my name. So, but now I love my name. It's unique,
Absolutely.
It gets attention, and I embrace it. And Lucy, just embrace what you are.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Thank you, Renee. Appreciate it,
Thank
brother.
you guys. Yeah.
Yep. All right, J-Man, your go.
J-Man.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
We're doing great, bro. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, with all the negativity that Twitter breeds, it's good that there is some positive stuff with this story with Lucy where she can connect to other fans, and also the stars can connect with her as well. So I think it's good to point that out because, you always point out the negative things and all that stuff. So it's good to point out the positives as well. And so that's a positive. So that is one positive. One of the negatives is the whole toxic thing. I'm just sick to death of that term, to be honest. I was sick to death of it after I heard it twice.
Yeah.
I think the people saying toxic fandom aren't actually fans, because if you're taking pot shots at the original trilogy, then you're not really a fan, because without the original trilogy, there is no sequel trilogy. There's no anything. So
exactly. Good point.
I don't get where they're coming from. To me, why are you tearing down what came before in order to try to make what's new better? The point of it is that you want to have all of it good, and you want to have a continuity that everyone can agree with. Like, Star Wars is diverse, and Coach, you and I talked about this privately one time. It's diverse because it brings fans from all over the world together in a common love of something. That's like the true power of Star Wars and diversity. And they keep saying diversity and we have to do all this, but Star Wars does do that. There's people in all these different countries that all came together. I had friends growing up. I have a Muslim friend. I had a couple of gay friends. I had some black friends. I had Filipino friends. We came together because of Star Wars, right?
And we're from Alabama.
And
I'm in
Canada. I'm in Toronto, Canada. We got 15 centimeters of snow last week. Shoot me. But yeah, so, and the thing is, it's like, that's what Star Wars does. And I don't think there's a problem with a fan not liking something. I mean, I'm a big time horror movie nerd. It's not obvious with my surroundings and what I do on my channel and all that. But like, the Halloween movies have been course corrected like umpteen times, like Nobody likes part 3. Okay, let's bring back Michael Myers. Then part 6 is crappy. All right, let's do H2O and forget the last couple. And then they, and they keep changing it up. And it's like, okay, well, if you got to change it up, you had Force Awakens. If people didn't like it, they didn't respond well to Han Solo. You have a chance to make it right in the next one. And I mean, there's obviously a disconnect with those movies anyways. So whether Rian Johnson is following a plan or not, it's like, well, the plan should come from the studio, right? Like, they're making the picture. So you do what they say. And if you don't like it, you're gone. But they didn't care because they don't care. They're not fans, because fans don't want to see the thing they love ruined, which is why when you see JJ or any of these guys say, oh, I'm such a fan of Star Trek or whatever. If you're a fan of Star Trek, you wouldn't have done that to Kirk and Spock. If you're a fan of Star Wars, you wouldn't have done that to Han Solo.
Amen.
So, yeah, I and they're throwing out the word toxic, but the fans are just responding to what you give us. Like, if you're giving me something and I don't like it, I'm just going to tell you I don't like it. I'm not toxic. I'm not beating you up over it. You're right. Like, I don't get where they're getting. It's just, if you don't agree with them, they throw that out there as a term to sort of paint you as a bad guy.
Right.
And
exactly.
Yeah.
And they even mention YouTubers in their articles. So YouTubers who do not like the sequel trilogy are lumped into toxic fandom. And I know me, I know you guys, Nick and I, there is no evidence to support that we're a toxic Star Wars channel. There's none.
On the contrary, there's evidence to support that you're not, because you're not shunning people who like the sequel trilogy. And if the sequel trilogy brings new fans in, great. That's great. Like, there's kids out there that they like Rey. Okay, they like her. So perfect. Then when they grow up, they'll like other stuff or whatever. We're trying to bring people in. Toxicity is separating people. And that's what they're actually doing. The people saying that X, Y, and Z are toxic, well, actually, look at yourself first. Are you saying that I'm a fool for not liking the sequels? Like, that's what they're not looking at. They got to look at the mirror too. And also, I mean, we're a community here. It's not like the old days where you didn't know that there's someone else. This brings it back to Lucy. Like, there's fans out there that can support her. When I was a kid, I was chubby. I recently lost about 110 pounds or so over the last couple of years. It was a long journey, and I was picked on a little bit, and I was a nerd. I'm still a nerd. So, I mean, I didn't have as much of a support group as I do now with all of these people. I can pop in here, talk to my fellow Star Wars fans, and feel like I'm a little bit at home. And why, we're going to complain. If I don't like something, I'm going to say I don't like it. And if I like it, I am going to say I like it. But that doesn't make me toxic. So.
Yep. That's exactly right, J-Man. Well, thank you for coming on and sharing that, brother. Always a pleasure to have you pop in here.
Thank you.
Spock, what's going on, brother? Let's hear some logic.
Going?
Let's hear some logic.
All right, some logic. Well, we heard some logic from J-Man.
Yeah. Always
definitely, like, just to expand on that, the laziness of JJ or whoever. I'm not even, like, I don't know too much myself, but whoever wrote that scene to just switch the roles of Kirk and Spock, very lazy. And that's definitely what we don't need to see in Star Wars, just lazy playing writing, something that was taken straight from the comic book, obviously, and just flipped around to make it seem different. Like, that's definitely something we don't need. Like, I personally am on board with seeing a Luke show, if it's done right. If the CGI is top quality, like better than what we've seen in Mandalorian, although that it wasn't bad, but we have seen better CGI in the Far Cry 6 trailer, so something like that would be pretty neat. But honestly, if we just get a good flow of Star Wars for this, couple months and coming, we would honestly be very grateful, and we would get personally, I think we would get really happy just to see a bunch of new Star Wars shows in the making, even if they're like something we haven't expected, something that's in the new trilogy era. Like, I wouldn't mind if they do it right. But that's pretty much all I have to say.
Absolutely. And look, I don't think anybody would disagree with any of that. A lot of positivity going on right now. They need to keep that going and not do things to take it away, like with the High Republic initiative. So, and
whenever I think about the High Republic, I always think about that point you brought up with the character. I forgot his name. already. It was just flipped around to be something like Pope Leo is gay or something.
Yeah, it's
I'm not sure if that's still
Gayasi.
Yeah, Leox Gayasi.
Yep.
Very
Yeah,
weird case.
That's crazy. If anybody's unaware, the character named Leox Gayasi is an anagram for Leo X is gay, which Pope Leo X was gay. Now, are we saying that? Oh no, that's not good. No, I don't care.
It's just
about
where the
that.
point is, you know.
Yeah, but here's the thing that I don't like. This is the part of it for me, because on our reveal video that me and Mexican Iron Man made, our pre-recorded show where we came out with that, Mexican Iron Man said I think he used the word "it's evil," and some people responded and said, "Whoa, hold on, you're saying that Leo the 10th is gay is evil?" No, we're not saying that. Leo the 10th was evil.
Mm-hmm.
He is an extremely evil man. We're talking about a pope who was over the Catholic Church, the most powerful entity in the world. I'm giving you a little coach history lesson, everybody, right now. This man not only tried to have Martin Luther murdered, this man had little naked boys pop out of his birthday cake at his birthday celebration. This man vetoed protection for young boys being sodomized. They tried to make it a law where young boys could not be sodomized, and he vetoed that because he enjoyed that. And you're going to name a Star Wars character as an anagram after this dude? That's what we're not with. And I should have said all that in my pre-recorded episode, but I don't like to go there. And for everybody who doesn't know, I'm nearly a 20-year veteran history teacher. And I teach world history, and the Reformation is probably my favorite era. I love the story of Martin Luther. Probably my favorite in modern history anyways. So anyways, Spock, thank you so much for coming on, man, and it's always a pleasure having you, brother. Always a pleasure. Man. Nick Craig, what's going on, man?
So I just want to start by saying that like other people all the way from elementary all the way through high school, I had a speech issues. All the way through in the Navy, I had speech issues. I had people making fun of me about my speech on a Navy ship, and I just got the point where he said, I know who I am, and I know them, and being a better person for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Nick. So you've experienced some of that bullying as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as an adult in the Navy, I experienced bullying, and I just did my own thing, and I know who I am. So
yeah,
it stopped bothering me once I figured out. I mean, as long as I know who I am, if it's not my friends and family saying it, I don't care.
So you enjoyed having Lucy come on the show, and her being brave, and how awesome is it that some of our heroes reached out to her?
Oh my God! Anybody? Okay, as soon as you started saying that about Gina Carano and Mark Hamill, especially Gina Carano, I cannot stand the amount of people that are insulting that woman any celebrity that takes time out of their day to comfort a little girl another country away, you have no right to badmouth that woman at all. Yeah. She is an amazing woman. Even if she wasn't an actor, she's just an amazing person.
Absolutely.
And Mark Hamill's always been that kind of person. I've seen him do stuff at children's hospitals all over. I mean, he's always been that kind of person to help out with his fans.
Yes, he does. You're absolutely right. Both of them. So, and I want to bring this up too, Nick. A lot of like our thumbnail for tonight's show shows both Mark Hamill and Gina Carano, two people who are polar opposites politically. Yet both of these Star Wars heroes reached out to that little girl to show her love and support.
Yeah.
And so Star Wars fandom crosses that political divide.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, they couldn't be farther from the same politically, but when it comes to somebody bullying a Star Wars fan, they both rally to the cause.
Yep, that's right. Well, Nick, brother, so good to have you pop in here, man. Are you going to be able to make the show tomorrow?
No.
Oh, you got to work.
But I have one more small little mini rant about this article you guys brought up today.
Okay.
It is. I mean, it's almost comical. The guy does that long of an article about saying a toxicity when what is that whole article pretty much bleeding out? I mean, the way he's saying it, he's basically saying, "Oh, if you don't agree with me, you're toxic." I mean, what? I mean, that's the kettle cone. Something black there.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, what the heck? I mean, so if I don't agree with you, I'm toxic. But you can say you can say that we're all a bunch of bad mouthing little peons over here because we don't agree with what your topic is.
Yep, that's right.
I mean, I agree. I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of the sequels. I think they wasted one of the coolest scenes I've ever seen in a Star Wars movie. Is when all the ships show up at the very end of the last movie. Orlando gets all the ships together, and the guy's like, "Where do all these ships come? They have no navy." It's like they're just people. Mm-hmm. They waste that scene in that movie. Yeah. That just annoys to me, but
I agree,
but that scene kind of is like that's the actual Star Wars fandom community right there.
Yeah,
they all show up when somebody says something bad about Star Wars. All the real Star Wars fans show up.
Yep, you're right.
But I mean, I hate those kind of articles when, I mean, at least if you're going to say something about Star Wars, at least come out and say, hey, all you have to say is, we respect the people's opinions of this, but this is my opinion. The whole time you just said, this is my opinion, and I don't care about the article then. If you just say, this is my opinion, but he went out and said, oh, you guys are all toxic, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Nick, for coming on and sharing all that. And I want to tell you, Demon Scythe Synthwave, one of our good friends here at the channel, says this to you. He says, at Nick Craig, man, you're a hero and an inspiration for staying true to yourself and having a will of steel. So, and we feel that way about you, man. Thank you very much for coming in here and giving us the word, brother.
Yep, always.
Rogue Soul, how are you doing, my friend? Wedge Antilles. Home 1 to Red 2. All right. Well, I'm gonna go to Rob Pearson, and we'll come back to Rogue Soul. Rob, my brother from across the pond, how are you, sir?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys?
I am doing well, sir. You know, I should always go to you first when you pop in, because what time is it over there right now?
Too early. 3:25 in the morning.
Oh my gosh. We love you, man. You must really like us.
Well, I've got the matchsticks in my eyes, keeping them open. We're okay at the
moment. What's going on with you, man?
And I just want to give a shout out again to Robert Pearson for offering to send Lucy one of his
balls.
One of
I don't know
Grogu's
if you
balls.
can you blow up my avatar at all? Because that's all the Grogu's balls lined
Yes,
up in
sir,
the
I
avatar.
will. I can. Oh, wrong guy.
Nobody wants to see that.
There they are. What do they call that piece? It's the ball at the end of
One of
the
his
flight stick.
Shifters.
Shifter knob, control knob.
Yeah. That is so awesome, man. If the Mays family is watching right now, that is what Rob Pearson is going to send Lucy, and we're delighted with that. Rob, thank you so much for doing that. We're hoping that the Mays family will send us a picture of Lucy with that. And Rob, if you don't mind, we'll put that on our website. Everybody go over and check out echobasenetwork.com, and we've got a page dedicated to our winners and stuff. And we just like to have that on there to show.
Yep. And for the people that sent in super chats tonight for Lucy, we're going to take part of those and actually get her something else. I have something in mind that we're also going to send along with what Rob's sending.
See, executive decision by Nicholas Glenn. Didn't even mention me or ask me, but cool.
I figured you'd be. I'd figure you'd be cool with it.
Of course I am. I like it. I like it when you make decisions like that.
Right,
go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, one last thing. Oh, that's the wrong one. Just got to change my camera around.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Pearson's hair.
No, it's not. Right.
I remember one time when you went live on accident and you were in an you were in an X-wing, in the cockpit doing like a green screen thing, and we popped in and started talking to you, and you were like, "Wait, I'm live." It's hilarious.
High-pitched Homer Simpson scream, and I was gone. All right, I've finally got some satin for the inside the boxes. So
green satin?
You get to pick a shade.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Wait, who gets first pick?
Well, I've got lots of each, so you can have whichever one you want.
Oh, okay.
This is more of a bluey green, but it is definitely green. It doesn't show quite on the camera there. But I think you'll probably go for this one.
Yep, that's it.
Yep, 100%.
That's the one. Oh my gosh, y'all!
I cannot wait to hold that thing.
So the people that don't know, if you're new to the channel, Rob is. I'm gonna say he doesn't like it when I say this. He's a professional prop builder.
Yeah.
He doesn't like it
how
when
can you not call him professional seeing that?
He doesn't like the word professional, but he's a professional prop builder. He's built a life-size, authentic R2-D2 unit that rolls around and beeps and boops and everything.
Yep, and is registered with Disney. So if they're ever in the area and they call on him, they'll actually use his R2 unit for filming.
But he's made so many things, and here he is making Luke Return of the Jedi lightsabers. And if you're new, he is donating one of those lightsabers for an Echo Base Network giveaway.
Yes.
So you will have an opportunity to win
one of these.
that. Absolutely. So what an incredible, incredible man. Teresa is a lucky lady.
Yep. Yeah, and she got the coolest little, what was it, like a makeup mirror, the Stargate thing?
Oh, yeah. It's about 2 foot across. But
all right, Rob, we gotta
Stargate mirror.
We gotta identify this, Rob. I'm jumping ahead of super chats, but I gotta do this one right here with you on. Celebrate diversity and inclusion today. Give a lightsaber to Mexican Iron Man. Be stunning and brave today. Embrace diversity.
I thought Mexican Iron Man was giving his to Brown Lantern, wasn't he?
I think
so. I think that's what he said.
Yeah,
that's what he said last week. I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the blade, by the way. I haven't for the lightsaber.
Yep. So did you make that or did you order that?
Yeah, I've made this one. It's a clear polycarbonate tube, and it's got some secret stuff inside it that I've put in there. But if you go to your Twitter DMs, the little video of it lighting up's on there, so you could show that if you wanted to, because I've dismantled it all to put it in the box.
I watched it. It was amazing.
Yeah. I'll actually, if Coach wants to share my screen, I'll actually show that to everybody.
Yeah, do that.
Let's see. Let me pull this over to my other monitor here.
I've just about finished machining the other 2 lightsabers as well, so they're very nearly ready to go.
All right. So let me share screen and audio. Share screen, share audio, share. Okay. All right. You should see it there, Coach.
Yep. It's up.
All right. Let me refresh because it's not wanting to play right. All right.
Here we go. Showtime.
The magic.
That's so cool. Yep. And that is it. And
it's amazing.
That is so cool. So cool. Whoever wins that, you guys will definitely have to stay tuned because we're going to be giving this away on a very special event whenever we do this, and somebody is going to be very happy to receive one of these. For sure.
I think that giveaway right there, Nick, would be a great giveaway to have when we have our live broadcast of our sequel trilogy documentary special edition.
That would be good, but I was also thinking possibly during one of our other special live streams that we have not can't really
never
talk
mind.
about yet.
Never mind.
You win.
Robert
right.
Pearson knows what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
but how
you
cool
win.
would that be?
Oh, that'd be amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll if we do that, we'll have to bring Rob Pearson onto that stream to talk about it, and him actually get to be there when that happens.
Yep.
If it happens.
All right. Rob, thank you so much for coming on, bro. We
I
love you.
I just
love
quickly
your
going to
family.
show you Teresa's Christmas present that I made for her. If you can guess what it's from.
Is that?
Can we get a little closer?
Oh, Goonies. The map in the key. That's Goonies, right?
Is that Goonies?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome. Is that a shadow box you have that in?
Yeah, I made that as well. So.
Wow, that is freaking awesome. So I'm guessing Teresa's a big, huge Goonies fan?
Yeah, everything 80s. So if you can see that one as well, you might know that one. Found these special edition comics from Lost Boys.
Oh yeah, with the 3D glasses and stuff to
Yeah.
where he I remember that.
So
that's
you've got
so cool.
You've got those Grogu's balls. You've got lightsabers.
Yeah.
Do you have a one-eye Willie?
I beg your pardon. Not at the moment, no. As Teresa's clock as well that I made for her, so you can change the time on it if you want that.
That is super, super cool. I have a friend of mine who is a huge Back to the Future fan. Huge. And he would freaking crap his pants if he saw that and got a hold of one of those.
You're amazing, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
Such
Right,
great work.
Right, that's it for me. I'm going to leave you in peace now.
All right, bro. Thank you.
All right.
See you later.
Robert Pearson.
I want to hit these super chats real quick, and then we're going to move on to Locutus of Borg. Resistance is futile. Let me hit these super chats real quick. Let's see. Daryl Bell says Force lightning changes Palpatine immediately because it revealed his true face. Perhaps it took longer with Luke because he's good, or the adrenaline hadn't worn off yet, and he's doing the grinning face emoji. So yeah, Daryl, I hear you, man. Force lightning definitely changed Palpatine. So maybe it. Yeah, I don't. We'll see what happens with Luke. I'm hoping we get to find out the mystery to that. Daryl, thank you so much for that $10 super chat, my friend. We greatly appreciate that, brother. GEC812 says Kennedy knew what Luke meant to us. It's why he had to be crushed.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Yeah, not wrong at all. That's a very sobering thought there, and a very good one. Thank you so much, GEC812, for that $2 super chat. And then Adam Bowman says, good evening, everyone. Jumping in late. Just got back from the grocery store and dinner. So hail, Adam Bowman, one of our members. Welcome to the show tonight. We hope that you're getting all caught up and that you enjoy what we did here. It's been a great one with the Mays family. Every part of the show has been good. So thank you, Adam, for your support in that $5 super chat. Daryl Bell sends another $5 super chat. He says, Darth Angelus on YouTube is doing an animated Heir to the Empire now. Nick, I'll let you respond to that one.
We have had Darth Angelus on the channel and interviewed him, so you can actually go back and see our interviews.
It's private. We would have to show the link. It's such a long interview, we set it to private, but we will post it in our community so you'll get an alert to that interview so you could go watch that if you'd like.
Yeah, but we love what he is doing. He does such a good job on those Heir to the Empire animated chapters. He's animating each chapter of the book. I think he just dropped 11 last night, I believe. But he does such a good job. I love what he's doing over there. Me and Coach love it.
Absolutely.
So yeah, if you guys have not seen that, look up Darth Angelus. He's animating the Heir to the Empire books. He's doing book 1 right now, and he's on like chapter 11.
Absolutely. And you guys go check out Star Cabal. Go check out his channel. He did a documentary. Go and check that out and sub to him. He is one of our people here, one of our loyal people. So definitely go check him out. Sackville B sends us a $2 super chat quoting Qui-Gon Jinn. He says, your focus determines your reality. Qui-Gon Jinn. Such a great thought, wisdom-filled. We hope that we get some more Qui-Gon Jinn. There's definitely a lot of momentum heading that way. I think we'll be seeing some Qui-Gon in the near future. But thank you, Sackville B, for sending us that $2 super chat. And then last but not least, Mexican Iron Man. We already mentioned your super chat, but you are the man. Thank you so much. We have missed you tonight. Hope everything's going okay. So Mexican Iron Man, Sackville B, Daryl Bell, Adam Bowman, GEC812, and Daryl Bell again. Thank y'all so much for your super chats and you're supporting us here at Echo Base Network. This video is for you. All right, I'm going to also bring in some more guests that we have here with us for our pop-in session. So, Locutus of Borg, how are you, sir?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Sound good.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for Spock to bringing me in for my first live stream talk show with you guys,
Awesome.
Nick and Coach. It is a privilege to be here.
Our pleasure.
So yeah, just to kick it off, I have quite a lot to say, but I'll try and make it short because I understand other people are waiting patiently. So I was thinking about what earlier you guys were talking about the toxic, I would say, fandom, social media, all that stuff. I'm personally a Star Trek fan, but I also did watch, recent Star Wars as well as The Mandalorian, and I have to say I did enjoy The Mandalorian very much. And just my thought on, I think we should have a little bit more respect for both fan bases who, if you're into Star Trek more, and then if you're in Star Wars, there should not be, I don't think, a rival, because they each have their own qualities, I would say. Especially, kind of like Star Trek, I think, relates somewhat to history. If I'm not mistaken, Coach, you are a history teacher, correct? I heard.
Yes, you're correct.
Is it true that maybe it was based off maybe the Cold War, sort of, like giving like respective cultures from different people on the Starship Bridge? Is that kind of what I remember coming from a Trek fan? Like your Uhura, you have Chekhov, Russian, African American, you have all these Asian, you have all these different people on the bridge, and I was just thinking, like, if that was maybe related to, like, Cold War situation, like there was a time of struggle between, respecting each other.
Oh, you're talking about like Roddenberry's inspiration for having
correct
all the different characters?
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
I would that's a
Maybe
really interesting thought. I think that if I had to, I don't know this. I'm giving you my best guess, my best educated guess. There was, one of the underlying causes for both World War I and II is nationalism. That prideful feeling. Nobody has it, or very few places have it today. But that 100%, I'm all in. I have so much pride for my nation. And my nation, it almost led to an ethnocentric type feel where you think your nation is better than everyone else's. I definitely think that Roddenberry was probably impacted by World War II, and that nationalism also went right into Cold War, like you're mentioning. So I could definitely see that. You could definitely make a case for that. That's a really good thought.
Yeah. And also, too, I think Star Wars is maybe a bit similar as well. Maybe George Lucas was inspired by some events related from either, like you said, World War II, World War I, or even Martin Luther King, like you mentioned earlier. But
it's actually it's actually out there. Lucas actually pulled a lot from the Vietnam War.
Okay.
Era.
Okay.
He's talked about that in interviews before. Like Return of the Jedi, the Ewoks, like he really pulled from the Viet Cong, basically fighting this, the mass military power of the United States. They basically had sticks, booby traps, all that sort of stuff. He kind of drew a lot from that with the Ewoks representing sort of like the Viet Cong.
Okay, cool. I totally forgot about that, actually, Nick. Thank you for bringing that up. Also, too, speaking of the Luke Skywalker situation, CGI series, if I'm not mistaken. I think it would be an interesting opportunity to explore that area, but hopefully it's like after Return of the Jedi, before all the sequel trilogy situation. Personally, I liked The Force Awakens, but then I felt it kind of got lost in Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, because I felt there could have been more opportunity, maybe I overheard this correctly earlier, with Qui-Gon Jinn to kind of involve in a Force Ghost situation that comes to Luke all of a sudden randomly. Maybe that'll work. I wouldn't know, but yeah, I think it would be neat to have also a Qui-Gon situation as well. to kind of go into that aspect there, because I felt like his character was short-lived in episode 1. But I do realize there is, novels and all that stuff. I forget if it's considered canon now, as in novels or legends.
Yeah, legends, I believe. Yeah,
Legends.
All the novels are a part of legends. At this point in time with Disney.
And thank you for your answer, Coach, on the history buff. That was pretty cool.
My pleasure, man. That was I've never thought of that with Star Trek, and I'm actually I'll tell you I'm actually going through the original series right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's my bad, Coach. How's that going?
Oh, I'm loving it, man. I've watched 3 of them today. I am season 1, episode 21 tonight, and as soon as the stream's over, I'm gonna my blanket is already ready for me on the couch, and it's gonna be watch it until the wee hours of the morning, and then wake up and go to church. But I am definitely looking forward to some Spock, McCoy, and Kirk to finish my night. There's nothing like it, guys.
You're getting close to
So you're
Spacey.
currently on the Return of the Icrons. That's a good one.
I just watched the one where Kirk
Archons
fought. I know the word Gondor's not right, but
The Gorn.
The Gorn. You got it.
Gorn.
Oh, what a great episode, man! I loved it, dude.
You
And
now
I've
know
seen it.
that
I
can't
saw
be
it
topped.
years and years and years ago, like decades ago. But to go back and watch that again today was great. Just great.
Oh yeah.
So Locutus and Spock, are you guys Star Trek Discovery fans?
I personally am not.
Actually, yes. I forgot about talk about that Star Trek Discovery. Totally forgot about that.
I don't want to get into a deep dive, but
No,
I just was
no.
curious on your thoughts on it, because I know
I have
a lot of
little
the
bit more
hardcore.
respect for Picard.
Yeah, Picard, I think, is a lot better in my storyline. I think it's a bit better than Discovery, just in that nutshell. I think it doesn't feel like Star Trek. I mean, Discovery does not feel like Star Trek, in my sense, honestly.
The only part it probably felt like Star Trek was the point where the Enterprise came up and you actually got to see Christopher Pike. That was probably the only part that felt like Star Trek up until we
yes,
saw a
of
different
course.
cast for Spock, which didn't make sense. They could have just used the guy from the movies.
Yeah. I literally watched the first episode of Star Trek Discovery and never watched another episode after that. After the
amazing.
first episode, I was like, all
Legend.
right, this show's already lost me. And I'm a huge DS9 fan, huge
Deep Space Nine.
TOS fan, huge TNG fan. So yeah, after I saw that first episode of Discovery, I was like, what is this? What, those are Klingons? Like, no, I'm done.
Yeah, it was. I do have to say, I agree with you on that, Nick. The beginning was a bit, I got lost too.
Yeah.
I was like, so much things happening. It's like ships like arriving everywhere, and like the captain of the ship, Discovery gets killed, or
Yeah.
Oh man, such a mess. But yeah, it's crazy. I just hope that future both franchises are successful. That's what I mostly get out of it. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, bro, thank you so much for coming
Thank
in
you very
and
much.
welcome to Echo Base Network, and it's a pleasure having you here. I
Yes,
hope you
we'll be
come
back
by
soon.
and talk some Star Trek again with us, because we love it, man.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Awesome. Yep, absolutely. Mithron Nuado. I probably said it wrong again. What's going on, brother?
Just say Thrawn.
Yeah, I'm going to say Thrawn.
Yeah, that works
Thrawn?
too. Hey, guys.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Not much. Just liking the Star Trek talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So what's on your mind? What do you want to talk about?
All right, well, we'll bring it back to Star Wars for a bit here. Yeah, I guess I'm in the camp of not wanting to see a lot more of CGI Luke too. I think that's not really sustainable.
No.
Technology's not there yet, and it's expensive, I would guess, if they wanted to do something that was a little bit more impressive. they need that budget for other stuff. So that's my opinion there. Animated series like a Jedi Academy series or something like that, I think that would rock. I think they have to use Luke Skywalker. They'd be stupid not to.
Yeah.
I mean, the money's there, the fandom is there.
I understand your point, Thrawn, for sure. But what would you say if to counterpoint that with Luke in a series, in a live action series, with the death of the theater right in front of our eyes, streaming services are the future. So could you see with that shift happening, the potential of bringing a Luke like deepfake CGI maybe one day?
Yeah, I think maybe one day. Though I think there's another point of that too. Is there are these live action actors that will never get a chance if you keep on CGIing everybody. So if it gets so good, eventually, you just keep on using the same actors forever. It's got to stop at some point. So, look, I'd love to see more Luke Skywalker. But I think it works better as a recast or animation. I think if you recast, you're gonna split the fandom. If you CGI, you're gonna split the fandom. I don't know. That's where I sit with it, but I could definitely see both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I think one of the important things is they got to get better at passing the torch to characters we care about. Okay, like they did with Ahsoka, masterfully, but they didn't do in the sequel trilogy. All right, Rey didn't have the torch passed to her. She took this torch herself, right? She declared herself a Skywalker. It could have been done so much better. We could have really grown to love these characters. Look at a series like Cobra Kai, right? And I know that it's a different platform. They got a lot more time to build characters, but you could do it in a movie setting too. Using the Cobra Kai analogy, we don't need to see Daniel and Johnny forever with the characters that they have in that show. I already care about them enough that if they start and take the show from there, I'll be pretty happy. They just made us love those characters.
Yes, they did. Totally agree. And a show's not going to last long at all. It can look as good. Me and Nick talk about this all the time. And that's what the sequel trilogy kind of was. It looks great. It's eye candy. It's just like video games. I don't play as many video games as I used to because I don't have the time. But I wish that I did. I would definitely love to. When Diablo 3 comes out or Diablo 2 remastered, I'm going to make time.
You got to play Fallen Order, man. It's a great game.
Okay. Why do you always do that? Why do you always pinpoint things I haven't done yet? And then everybody looks at me like, oh, they're so disappointed.
It is
if I could force choke, I'm... All right. So, yes, it's like with video games, what I was saying is some of them look great, but the story's awful. That's the same with characters in shows. They might look like a great show, like visually appealing, but if you don't have character development in that show, then it's not a good show. And I could go back and play with video games, old Atari games, like Combat. The gameplay's so awesome, I don't care what it looks like. You know what I mean? Did I lose you, Thrawn?
Oh, sorry. No, I absolutely get it. And I think that there was just so much wasted potential with the characters in the sequel trilogies, right? So I mean, it's not like the ingredients weren't there. The actors and the actresses, the plot threads. Look, there was a lot that could have been done to salvage what they had. we've talked about this over and over and over again, right? Having a plan from the get-go, sticking to one plan, not having the directors fight over who's going to have creative control of the story from movie to movie, having the directors make the movie for the fans and not themselves. There's this. It just feels like a lot of wasted potential.
I agree, bro. I agree. Nick, you're muted. Honestly, I'm enjoying you being muted right now.
Every time I type on the keyboard, I always mute my mic, so sometimes I forget to unmute it.
Yep. Well, Thrawn, bro, it's all you. You have such good points, and I love them, man. Thank you for popping in and sharing them with us. And it's not pop-in session if you don't keep coming back and giving us that wisdom.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Oh, anytime,
Absolutely.
bro. Ted, the old Star Wars nerd, he has been watching Ewoks lately, folks. If you have not subscribed to his channel, get over there and do that. It is a very relaxed, chill atmosphere, and he will drop some Star Wars knowledge on you.
Absolutely.
Ted, what's up, brother?
Not much. How you guys doing? Thank you.
We're doing great.
Good. Glad to have you here, man.
Yeah. Good show so far. Really enjoying it. I can echo all the bullying. I've been bullied in the past and everything else that's going on in the Star Wars universe. It's just good and bad. Thing I wanted to chat about tonight was if you guys have heard about what the High Republic is doing with one of their Jedis that almost basically stealing the Ahsoka storyline.
Say that again now? Hang on.
There's a new Jedi that was introduced in the High Republic.
Okay.
That's more like a gray Jedi, and they're making her out to where now she has white lightsabers, and she's not really a full Jedi. I don't really read the full thing, but she got white lightsabers now, and that's kind of like the Ahsoka storyline. And they're trying to steal that from her and put it in the High Republic.
Oh boy.
Wasn't happy about that. But I think it's going to be funny, and it's all going to sort out itself in the hopefully near future with the people, the High Republic, see if they get their support, and then the people that are supporting the Favreau and Filoni verse. And it's going to be funny to see where the money is, and that's going to tell the tale of how Star Wars goes in the future, I hope.
Yeah, the Favreau side's already won.
Yeah,
hands
I really
down.
hope so, because it just seems like every time I look around, it's people criticizing the High Republic, just something else silly going on with it, storylines that don't make sense. It looks like a big jumbled mess, like the sequel trilogy. I see more stories of the books going on sale, and stories of how they bought their way onto the what do you call it, the bestsellers list and things like that. And I just think it's all gonna fall out in the mix. They're gonna see where the money's at. People aren't gonna be paying for that, and they're gonna go to the Favreau and Filoni and see the Ahsoka show and all the Mandalorian shows coming back and all that. So that's where I'm.
And to speak on what you're talking about, Ted, to drop a little update and news on everybody if you guys haven't heard this. So Hasbro is actually coming out with a retro line Mandalorian figure series that's releasing March 30th of this year. The Cara Dune figure is already sold out on pre-orders.
Nice.
How many Rey figures or Rose Tico figures have sold out in the sequel trilogy?
I have a Rose Tico. Excuse me.
No. I'm not saying that they didn't. That nobody
Don't
bought
you hate
them.
on my Rose?
I'm not hating. I'm saying none of those sold out before they ever even came out.
Right.
You can't prove it.
So, I 100% can prove it because all those figures are still in the stores.
I also think it's funny that in this new
Discounted prices.
this new Hasbro release that's coming out, all the figures that they're releasing, there's nothing from the sequel trilogy.
Nothing.
Why is that?
Nothing.
I buy Obi-Wan.
The people that like the sequel trilogy, all they do is complain on Twitter about people not liking the sequel trilogy. The people that like Yeah, the people that like the original trilogy and the prequel trilogies, they go out and actually support it, buy the merchandise, see the movies, everything, and give them their money over and over. Where the sequel trilogy fans, all they do is complain that we don't like the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
That's exactly right.
That's just silly.
And to your point, too, Ted, the whole thing about the two different sides, just go to IMDb and look at the last episodes of Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
They got the highest rated live action Star Wars ever.
Yeah.
The only thing rated higher in Star Wars history is some of the Clone Wars and Rebels episodes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And those are like 1% higher because the Chapter 16 Mandalorian, I think, has a 98% rating. Nothing else in Star Wars live action even comes close to that.
Nope.
And then you go look at anything from the High Republic released on YouTube. Look at the feedback. Look at the likes versus dislikes ratio. It's a mess. And look how many times the High Republic Initiative has shot themselves in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's been over and over again.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah.
I wish I could get behind the High Republic. I just have no interest, man.
Mm-hmm. I was really looking forward to it. I would love to see more Star Wars stories in different timelines. I'm all for that. Go to any timeline, make a new story. That's what I've been saying. Just drop the sequel trilogy, do something different. But not like this. It's just bad.
That's exactly right.
Now I want to say, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to end and say just my last thing was I'm with you on New Jedi Fallen Order. I haven't finished it yet. I've started it like 3 times, so I'm right there with you on that game.
It's so good, so good.
There's an Ahsoka Lives shirt, an EchoBasedNetwork.com exclusive. Support Echo Based Network with your Ahsoka Lives t-shirt today.
And the Force is Favreau.
Yes.
Yeah, we got the Force is Favreau, the Force is Favloni. I think we got like 2 or 3 different ones. Like, I want to see those all over Star Wars Celebration.
That would be awesome.
This year. Like when we go out there, we're going to have like a box full that we're going to be selling to people to try to push that message out there.
All right. Well, I'll let
Very
you do
cool.
that.
Thank
All
you guys very much.
Ted, our pleasure, bro. Thank you.
Okay.
Mark, the infinitely awesome.
Hopefully my connection won't go out in the middle of this or I'll robot. But one, I just like to say, like everybody else did about Lucy, just stay strong. Keep your head up, shoulders back. Words don't mean anything when you grow up. Just keep on going and moving.
Yep. That's right.
And of course Nick is better than you are, Coach. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah.
And that's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I knew you'd do that. But I disagree with what was talked about earlier about the OT characters coming back to and have shows. I do not think Luke should have a show. He should be used sparingly. All the OT characters should be used sparingly. They should not be a main character. They should be if when the dire threat is hitting or they need something big to happen. I completely do not want to see any of them have their own show.
I don't hate you for that.
I wouldn't be against that 100%.
If we get more Luke like we got in the Chapter 16 of Mando, I'm going to be happy.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But
Yeah.
as a main character on his own show, no, it'll be oversaturating the characters again unless they use them correctly. In my opinion, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't be completely against that. I mean, if the characters do get their own shows, I think it needs to be. It's so hard to get that stuff right to please everybody. They're just not going to be able to do it. So I wouldn't be completely against just kind of having them show up throughout these other stories and kind of be parts of the story, and not be the main focus.
Like a character advance or an advance in the storyline. I mean, or to help solve a plot point. I'm getting tongue tied, but that's the way I see it as. Use them sparingly, use them right, because as soon as you start oversaturating it, it's gonna get bad. Look what they did in the sequel trilogies with the OT characters. None of them got a decent send off.
Yeah,
not at all.
So, sorry to be a downer on that one, but I just want
you will be assimilated.
Trek has its own place.
I mean, I think a counterpoint that I would make to that, though, Mark, is that with so much Star Wars that's coming out, a Luke series, even if it was just a mini series, like 1 season, 2 seasons, I don't think we would get a feel like we're being oversaturated with Luke if that were indeed to happen. Because everything's not going to be Luke. You got Rangers of the Republic, you got the Acolyte, you got all these things going on. Book of Boba Fett, Mando Season 3. I mean, it goes on and on and on. You got movies coming out. You got 11 different things. And wait, Obi-Wan. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And, the Book of Boba Fett, we didn't even know about that at Disney Investor Day. So it's 12 series and feature films right now. Bad Batch. I don't think that they could possibly have a oversaturated feel, but I respect your opinion, bro.
I think they should focus on the characters they've created now and work with them and build them up before they start going back to the OT and using those characters. I mean, they've done it with Mando. He's built up now, and he'll probably be even bigger after next season. Ahsoka has her own backstory, but what has she been doing? I mean, will they discount what happened in Rebels? Will that be added to it? I mean, it just goes on and on. What they could, what they need to focus primarily on their shows, build those characters up, then start adding.
But they're not doing that. I mean, to your point, but we get a Boba Fett show and an Ahsoka show. And then the Rangers of the Republic's all these new characters that we don't know anything about. So I hear you.
And I'm just skeptical right now. It's just I'm highly skeptical and reserved about what's going on with it. I like what I see, but what will they do? How will they advance it? And how much does Kathleen Kennedy stick her nose into it to make it more a woke situation than it needs to be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm kind of there in your shoes a little bit there on that, Mark. I'm definitely reserved. I'm excited to see what's going on, especially with Favreau and Filoni being involved in a lot of this stuff. But I'm not getting overhyped because I made that mistake with The Last Jedi and was super disappointed after that. And I'm just not going to set myself up for that disappointment with Star Wars being under the control of Disney again. So I'm just waiting to see. I'm excited, but I'm waiting to see it and then judge it for what it is.
I would be more comfortable if Favreau was in the position that Kevin Feige is in with Marvel.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to get behind Favreau to make sure that Iger and everybody else knows this is who the fans want when Kennedy's gone.
Oh, yeah. And hopefully we get that, but just have to wait and see.
Yep.
But
all right,
thank
bro.
you guys for letting me
great
up.
points.
I appreciate it.
Oh, you're certainly welcome, bro. Rogue Soul, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on, man?
Oh man, that was crazy. I apologize. My computer is still connected to my Elgato, which is connected to the PlayStation, so that probably had it all weirded out. But man, that Wedge Antilles clip is perfect. I love it. Thank you so much.
Let's go. Oh man, my pleasure.
So I've been taking notes, so I'm going to try and burn through them really quickly. I know we're running a little short on time here, but J-Man said the word toxicity is awful. I completely agree. But truly, what the real toxic thing is in this entire situation is attacking Gina Carano's political beliefs while she's trying to support a little girl when she's being bullied. That is the bottom of the barrel toxic right there.
especially when it's somebody who really isn't invested in Star Wars at all, like that. So that super annoys me, and that pulls me into the bullying thing. Lucy, if you hear this, or if you're still watching, I said in my super chat earlier, I was moved through 7 different school systems, and that was before high school. Once I got into high school, I found a really good group of nerdy friends. We all stuck together, and it was great. There wasn't really any bullying in that school. So moral of the story, just keep searching. You will find your place in the world. I promise you. And then that article, when he said, I took multiple notes on that article, but I'm just the main point that just sticks out to me is just ridiculous. He said it's supposed to be in Star Wars, where these giant cities and everything, dude. It's based on it's a spaghetti western based on the outer rim of the universe. Like, duh. That was the main point there. And Coach, the Luke show. I personally don't think we are going to get a Luke show as long as Kathleen Kennedy, however his name is, blah blah blah, is in charge. But I do think Favreau and Filoni are smart enough that they are basically doing what Kevin Feige did with the Hulk in the MCU. So they're going to tell. Kevin Feige told Hulk's story through the course of, I think, what was it? There's the Thor movie, through 3 different movies, we got kind of a Hulk story arc. So I think that is what Favreau and Filoni are going to do through these different shows moving forward. We'll get a little bit of his story in the Ahsoka show, and then he'll pop up again in New Republic, so throughout all these shows we will have a complete Luke story almost, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then last point, I kind of burned through these really quickly actually. Coach, you were describing your what you liked about the prequel trilogy. I'm wondering, have you ever heard of the Topher Grace edit of the prequel movies?
I haven't.
So Topher Grace edited together, basically, in the opening scroll, it describes that Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan found Anakin, and then it basically cuts all that movie out. It includes the Duel of Fates, and then it goes straight into 20-ish minutes of footage for Attack of the Clones, and then it basically shows all of Revenge of the Sith.
You know what? Nick has told me about that. I've never watched it, but Nick has told me about that.
It is.
That's been out for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, a few years. Yeah. It was during Topher Grace's lull when he didn't really want to take any parts or anything. But yeah, it's a really good edit. If you find yourself with 4.5, 5 extra hours one day, it's worth the watch, definitely.
Awesome.
So yeah, again, thanks for the Wedge Antilles clip. Bro. Chef's kiss.
Our pleasure, bro. Thank you so much for the comments. Let me ask you this, Rogue Soul. You mentioned the Luke Skywalker show.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because I'm, grew up original trilogy and I'm from the era that I am, but I think that the majority of I feel like the majority of Star Wars fans would agree with this point, but I just want to throw it out there and see what everybody thinks. If they did a Luke Skywalker Disney Plus series and it was judged by the fandom as being really good, like The Mandalorian is really good. Mm-hmm. If they did a Luke Skywalker series that was judged to be really good on that level, do you think it would be the most watched Disney Plus series?
Absolutely.
I do too.
No question about it. And
I think it would blow everything away.
And don't get me wrong, my take on it, I I would love a Luke show. That'd be great. I'm 100% down for it. But again, with everything that's going on with the High Republic and this, rumored civil war between Favloni and Kennedy side, which if that is happening, then they are being so professional about it, because there hasn't really been, any bombshells dropped like, oh, the shots fired, stuff like that. But yeah, no, if they released a Luke show that was up to par, and showed the EU Luke that we all know and love, and it was on the same production level as Mandalorian, absolutely, I would.
Yeah.
I'd give my left toe for that. Like,
absolutely. Would you give your Wedge Antilles member intro for it though?
You got me there, man.
That's hilarious. Well, bro, thank you so much for coming in and
Of
sharing those
course.
great thoughts and the notes that you took. That's awesome, man. So please keep doing that and popping in and sharing that with us.
Yeah,
and
of
we'll
course.
see you. We'll see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, of course. Really quick, while everybody's here, I'm gonna drop this link. My YouTube channel. Not today, but the last 2 days, I've been talking about the whole Gina Carano stuff. So come by, stop by, drop a comment, and see. Let me know how you feel about it.
Absolutely. I just put it in chat. That is the link to Rogue Soul's channel. Go and subscribe. And guys, thank all y'all for coming on. Renee, it's probably been 30 minutes since you said anything, but Renee, Thrawn, Locutus, very, very happy to have you on board, Locutus and Rogue Soul. Spock
Cheers,
that
mate.
was in here, Ted, everybody. Thank y'all for coming in. We got another panel that we're going to bring in, guys, and I want to hit these
much
super
love.
chats. So, yeah, we'll see you guys later, man. Thank y'all.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
So Ted, the old Star Wars nerd, sent us a $2 super chat. He said, "Thanks again. Echo Base is the best. We feel the same about you, Ted. Thank you so much for your super chat." Dawn Claterman said, "Restore past, redeem future." And I'm going to assume, Dawn, that you're talking about Star Wars there, and I can't agree anymore. That's so well said. Thank you for saying that and sending us that $2 super chat. And then Peter Ritson says, "Give Luke his own show, but use the Jedi Academy trilogy. Just add Grogu into that show. Also, an Asajj Ventress show based on the Dark Disciple book." Peter, I would be behind both of those. That would be awesome. I like the character Asajj Ventress. I would love to see Luke and the Jedi Academy and Grogu be a part of that. Great thoughts there. So Ted, the old Star Wars nerd, Dawn Claterman, and Peter Ritson, thank you guys so much for your super chats. We greatly appreciate it. We are, you are, Echo Base Network, and this super chat video is for you. So Nick's like always picking on me and stuff on here and saying like, Coach hadn't seen Star Trek and Coach hadn't played this Star Wars game and Coach don't know this and Coach don't know that. Then everybody in the chat's like, yeah, Nick's always right and Nick's so cool and Nick's so that. I feel like I'm being bullied and I need Mark Hamill to send me a message. I need a pat on the back. You're muted, doofus. Okay.
Oh yeah, there we go. All right. I'm just pointing that stuff out just so that maybe you'll take the
It's
time.
a kick in the pants. It's because you care about me.
Yeah, like I asked everybody in the chat who would like to see Coach go through crap, what's the game? I'm drawing a blank again. Jedi Fallen Order. On our Echo Base Network Live channel, which if you guys haven't subbed over there, check out Echo Base Network Live. It's our secondary channel. I think that would be awesome for people to see you go through that and see your reaction to that game, because I thought it was a great storyline that they did there. I thought it was very well done, and The fact that it came from EA is even more amazing because they mainly suck.
Well, I'm getting some people giving me some pats on the back. So,
and
I feel
DS9
better
is
now.
awesome, and you would love it.
Okay. Well, we've got another panel here with us. Tim Myers is here, Shellback TJC, and Eddie Gannon. We're going to start with Eddie. You've got the best first name of anybody here. I love that name, Eddie. There's not a lot of Eddies in this world, and it's a great name.
There's plenty over here. That's for sure.
So is your actual first name really Eddie, or is it Edward or Edward?
Yeah, Eddie. Yeah.
Oh, it's really Eddie. Awesome. Awesome.
I mean, it's when my parents before they passed away, they used to call me Edward, but I'm more known as Eddie. So
yeah,
awesome.
And Gannon, for all the Zelda fans out there, like that's a great last name.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, Eddie, what's on your mind, my friend? What's going on?
Well, I'd just like to say I'm really enjoying the show. It's been awesome. I mean, going back to Lucy, I mean, I was bullied myself, and I just like to say that they were like bullies are insecure about themselves, and they it's their own life choice if they want to feel insecure and bully someone else for their own power, then that's their choice,
Absolutely. Bullies pick on people to make themselves feel better about themselves.
Yeah.
And that's sad, and we pity that.
But I mean, going back to the Luke Skywalker, I would say maybe a cameo somewhere, would be more sufficient than like a series. But I mean, if there was a series and they pulled it out of the park like the Mandalorian, then I'm game all for it, I mean, I even heard that about the was it the like Fallen Order, they were to release a game possibly next year, but it's going to be called Star Wars Jedi, but it's an untitled second Fallen Order. That's from what I heard. So it should be one hell of a game, like even better than the likes of the featured character Cal Kestis, and so it's exciting times ahead.
It is. There's a lot going on in Star Wars, and I'm going to have to play that game. So maybe I can get Nick to buy it for me. If he wants me to play it so bad, he'll buy it for me.
If everybody super chats, if we can get 40 people to super chat $1,
I'm buying it.
We'll get the game.
You'll let me buy it with that money?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Nicholas. So, yeah, absolutely.
I'll send it over to you myself.
I will live stream that game. We've not done a game live stream in a while. I like to play like Halo every once in a while.
Yeah.
Everybody always gives us props for the Halo music that we play. But, Eddie, there's definitely a lot of positivity and momentum going. We just got to keep it going. And here's the thing, though, bro. Even if it goes bad, we're going to make sure that we have a channel here that we could continue to celebrate the Star Wars that we love. Yeah. So, and we'll just ignore the Star Wars that we don't. So, oh my gosh, look at this. Look what you did, Nick. I'm buying the game tonight. Wow. We're halfway there.
Yeah.
Well, Eddie, thank you for popping in, man, and sharing that with us, man. And by the way, that's my first name as well.
Cool.
Yep, for people that didn't know.
Yeah, for people that didn't know.
Coach's first name is Eddie.
Nick will slip and be like, he'll call me that in a video or an episode, and I'll be like, I'm Coach.
Yeah, well, I did that a lot in the beginning, but now I'm getting to the point to where even when we're talking with like Mexican Iron Man, like on the phone, I'll say Coach. I'm like, why am I saying Coach?
I'm totally used to it now. But see, I'm called Coach. I've been called Coach for 20-something years. Yeah, at work. So, like, it's actually weird to hear Eddie at this point. You know, my parents called me son. So, like, they never said my name. So, I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, most people call me the music maestro. But, you know.
There you go. I like it.
I'm a guitar player too. So, yeah, I love it.
Yep. All right, Eddie. Well, thank you for coming in, man, and sharing that with us. And come back, do it again.
And I did hear Coach's dad call him Boy one time. Boy.
Probably before he whooped me.
Yeah.
All right, Shellback. What's going on, brother?
How's it going, Shellback?
Well, I would just like to say that you guys suck for making a grown man all teary-eyed.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
Dude, I was gonna wait until this stream was over before I went back because you guys had already talked to that young lady by the time I popped on here.
Yeah.
But I couldn't wait, so I actually rewound a little bit and
you watched her talk.
Yeah, I watched
Oh, yeah.
that. I watched that whole segment, right?
Yeah.
And when I say rewind, kids, that
yeah.
See, there was a day, okay, back in the day, we had these things called VHS tapes.
Be kind,
Okay?
rewind.
Yes. So, anyway,
I used to work at movie gallery
yeah,
in college.
And God, that's one of the things that I miss. You know, it's like going to places like Blockbuster and whatnot. You know, and just perusing the aisles, and you know, I mean, yeah, we have like Redbox and stuff now, but I don't know, it's just not the same.
It's not the same.
Let me ask you, Shellback, do you think that we, as a channel, we should cut out the interview with Lucy and release that like as a video?
Oh, well, I mean, if you don't, I'm going to question your judgment from now on.
All right. Nick, will you do that? I'll make a thumbnail. But I think that's got to go out, man. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I actually tweeted out to Gina and Mark.
I did too.
And let them know that we were having them on, and put a link to the video. So hopefully they'll watch it and see her, and actually comment either on Twitter or on the video itself.
Gina, she's a class act. I mean, for sure. To put it nicely, her haters, I just don't understand them, you know? I mean, she's just, you know, if I didn't know better, I'd swear, you know, she was a you know, like a fellow military veteran, you know, with the way, you know, that she likes her freedom, you know? I mean, she's all, you know, she's an all-American girl, you know? And the stuff that some of these people have tried to put on her, it is just so totally unjustified. And unfortunately, we have people like that within the walls of Lucasfilm, and you know, and it's I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to get into it because I could probably gripe about it till the cows come home.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
I think you answered your own statement though, Shellback, because the haters, it's the very nature of the word. They're full of hate, and that's why. And I'll tell you what, too. She is such a light in a dark place, and I'm so glad that she has the strength that she has.
Yeah.
And look at the positive influence she had on that young girl, on Lucy.
Yeah. Yep.
So I hope Mrs. Carano knows.
Yeah.
You know, and Nick and I haven't, like, you know, we know that Drunk 3PO got her to come on the channel and did a great job, interview and all that. Props to Drunk 3PO for that and making that shine even brighter.
Yeah, he's one of my boys. I've been on the Drunk 3PO train since he was just a wee lad, you know, in the community, you know.
Well, I'm sure we were there too. Like when he had like 500 subs, Nick and I were there. Me and Nick had like 3 subs at the time. Like we had just started, but we're some of Drunk 3PO's earliest supporters as well.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't remember that. It's so long ago.
One of our first live stream, or our very first live stream with Mexican Iron Man, was with Drunk 3PO on this show, and I
he was on our channel. Sure was.
I actually did a video supporting Drunk 3PO's charity for the stuff that he was doing down in Central America.
We haven't talked to him too much recently, so when you go back over there, you tell him that that Coach and Nick said the force is strong with him.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's gotten too big for us. Being part of the Geeks and Gamers crew and everything, and having Gina on there. He's kind of big time for us.
Yeah, and we're happy for him. We're happy for him.
And it's same thing with him. You know, I mean, there's a lot of people that just because he's you know, has affiliations with Jeremy, and just because he's talked with Gina and stuff, you know, people are like, oh, you know, this Drunk 3PO guy, you know, and it's like obviously these people have not really watched him, you know, and know, you know, the type of guy that he really is. I mean, and you speak of charities and stuff. I don't know if you guys have got the word or not, but on the 10th, he's doing a charity for that our OUR rescue Operation Underground Railroad, and they you know, they work with getting people out of you know, human trafficking situations and whatnot.
Yeah, that's
and
great.
he's hoping to raise. He's got the bar set at $5,000 right now.
Oh, he'll do better.
And you know, hopefully that'll just get, you know, blown out of the water. Because I mean, like him and Jeremy and Star Wars Theory did that little charity stream for St. Jude's, and they raised $40,000.
Yeah, I was on that.
And it was originally the goal was originally set for $10,000, I think.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So hopefully this will happen again, you know, for our charity.
I would have been there that night too, Shellback, but my wife said no.
Yeah. Yep. Coach was on lockdown after the 6.5-hour live stream we had the night before with Star Wars Theory and everybody else. So
I mean, well, I guess there is a slight tinge of truth to the happy wife saying.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, at least 50%.
Yeah. See, that's why I'm not married, because I would have told my wife she can kick rocks, but I'm going on this string.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like tennis. You just back and forth.
Mhm.
But
Like
no,
I said, that's
it's
why I'm not married.
Yeah. But it is good to see a couple of gentlemen with accents on the internet. I being raised in the southeastern quarter of the United States myself. Although I get in trouble with some people when I call myself a Southerner, seeing as how I was born and raised in Missouri.
I used to live in Missouri.
But when my part of Missouri was literally one end of my main street in my hometown ended with the levee. So it was one end of Main Street and then the river. But plus when you got Kentucky and Tennessee across on the other side, to me that makes you a Southerner. But anyway, it's I'm glad y'all are on here, and you're doing all right, fellas. You're doing
Well,
all
thank
right.
you. We appreciate
We
that.
appreciate
man.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Absolutely.
actually lived on Whiteman Air Force Base when I was younger in Missouri, right outside of Kansas City.
Yeah. Well, I was on the kind of the opposite corner, down south. But
the southeast side of Missouri.
yeah, like pretty much right on top of the Boot Hill. Yeah.
Okay.
Is where I grew up. So yeah, I was a raised a Cardinals fan and all that stuff. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Shellback, thank you for coming in, man, and sharing all that with us, bro, and keep coming back and popping in with us.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
And thank you for your service. So you were in the Navy?
10 years, yeah.
Awesome, man.
Awesome.
That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. My
I-
father served, and Nick's did as well.
Yep.
I've always been kind of self-conscious, when people say thank you, because I mean it was just a job,
Sure.
And
yeah, my
so
brother
like,
feels the same
yeah.
way. He's in the Air Force right
Yeah.
now, but he feels the same way.
But I developed a saying. I tell people I said I appreciate your appreciation.
Yeah.
Because it's I don't know. Just when somebody says thank you, I just feel kind of self-conscious about, oh, you're welcome, or something like that. So I just say I appreciate it, and yeah.
Like a true Southerner.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, my brother once said to me, he said, it's sort of like if somebody came up to you randomly and was like, thank you for your service for being an IT guy at this company.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
And once upon a time, it was around Memorial Day, right? And people are like, they find out, I was in the military, and they're like, oh, thank you. And I'm like, no. I was like, go to the local cemetery and find a gravestone of a fallen service member and thank them. I'm like, that's what, so that's another one of them things, it's like, it's Memorial. It's not Veterans Day. It's Memorial Day. So, it's like, it's for the, it's for the ones that, paid the ultimate, prize. So.
Yep. That's right. Well, all right, man. Thanks for coming in, and we're going to move over. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Tim? Oh, it's okay. Tim, how you doing, man?
How's it going?
Doing well.
Hey, Nick, I just want to thank you for popping in.
Yeah.
just joke. I love that. Nice little quick joke. But anyways, it's like you guys were echoing to me through the the Force universe. Speaking of Fallen Order, which Nick our coach has not played, was it? We got this covered, and IGN reported a couple of days ago rumors that Darth Maul is going to make a cameo. Dude, that is incredible because
in the sequel.
Yeah, well,
to the game.
Yeah, because the game takes place directly after, and we all know Ginger Skywalker has a crush on the Night Sister. So and Darth Maul, as we know, he has relations with the Night Sister. So what about a mission to make Darth Maul even more relatable? Doing like a mission, they're still opposed on both sides, but they have to come together to work on some side mission, and then maybe later on battle. I'm just saying, like, I saw this news and I play the games and I thought it was incredible. And for my next thing is that little girl. How adorable was that little girl on here when she said Skywalker, like just like Rey from the Force Awakens and whatever. But the story is pretty compelling and resonates with like society today, because oftentimes why has everything become like a political debate or like a presidential election? It's utterly ridiculous. That's like the tactic of shaming someone and their name and attacking them personally and making up these things is a tactic used by the opposing parties in elections or any debate. That shows you how weak the person actually is. When you can't talk about things, constructing them, like constructing your arguments, constructive criticism, as I brought up earlier, it's just purely weak. It's used as a shame tactic. We've seen it 1,000 times before. So for Star Wars, or like anyone that loves Star Wars, I said the term, like, you see yourself long enough to become the villain. And if you practice what you preach and you look at Star Wars, like what it's about, think before you post and think before you're going to condemn like other actors like Gina Carano. Also, I want to touch on, you don't have to be great, but you have to get started to be great. Like, you don't start out like, an expert in anything. That's a Les Brown quote. It's kind of motivational quote. Even though bullying is a constant thing, I've dealt it. I didn't even want to go to class one day, and my teacher ended up sticking up for me, and I was artistic at the time, and I like made her a egg through a class, and I think it meant a lot to her. But the thing is, later on in my life, I moved from the West Coast to the East Coast when I was like 12 years old. And it was a hard move for me. It was like a culture shock because it was far more different. And I got picked on because I seemed different. I was shy, I was just like still adjusting. And then, I started lifting weights, and I started like getting out of my bubble. I listen a little bit what people say, but some people just want to hate just because. So, I became like this guy that's picked on, and I became captain of the football team. And sometimes you have to adapt and make those changes for anyone looking at the long run. But bullying's going to exist. We're living in like this new age of technology, and everyone's on the computer and all that. So I just want to lightly touch on that. There is hope at the end of the tunnel. Life is, just because you have some good moments, there's going to be some bad moments, and then you have to. What makes you a strong person is how you adapt and move on from it. And then you got to realize, not everyone's going to like what you say. And if, like what someone else said, what Mark Hamill and Gina Carano, your worst enemy is yourself, in a way. Like, your worst enemy always talking to you. So the thing is, it's just like, if you're good with yourself, everything should be good in the universe. Like, if you're happy with yourself, you have a good group of core family and friends, like-minded people. Who cares what anyone else thinks? And to a point, and to get with Star Wars stuff, to talk more positive note, to Luke Skywalker, and I love that. I absolutely love that. I could listen to someone like a British accent or whatever all day, like on my GPS. Oh yeah. But anyways, I liked your points, like what Coach said and that other guy said, making the OG characters, like legacy characters, exclusive for more importance. But then I also like what Coach brought up, some good reasons on that. Like, if they brought in Sebastian Stan, Luke Skywalker, and Dave Filoni, kept into the core elements of Luke Skywalker, because look, like what I said about life is still not easy. Even though Luke Skywalker through the hero's journey, it doesn't end after that. You know, they can delve into where he was struggling with the dark side. And can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it sounded different, but but anyways, it's like you can delve into the dark side because he struggled. Like any powerful Jedi, you get all this power, but sometimes there's different points in time of vulnerability. Everyone goes through it. Like even like Michael Jordan. I mean, Neil Armstrong and like Arnold Schwarzenegger, what he had to deal with, and like you have your highs and lows, and you just it's always forever moving. And I feel like they can really capture more in Luke. I mean, everyone, that was the best part when Luke showed up and showed that green saber, and cut. I think the best moment for me in that scene was actually when I saw a ship. Oh, I was like, I see you, Star Wars. I see you. And then, when it showed up, I already knew it was him. I was like, yeah, I know. But to expand on that, if they're gonna rewrite the miniseries, the rumor from you guys said last week, right, about having rewriting the sequel trilogy, the sequel trilogy, I wouldn't mind seeing. I did like Adam Driver. He's a good actor. If you've ever seen The Marriage Story from Netflix, it's with Scarlett Johansson. It was a really good film, and he's a good actor. So I wouldn't mind seeing Kylo Ren done right, and then them casting everyone else. I'm not blaming any of the actors that were cast or whatever. I think it's part of it, was writing. So I'm all about not revenge, but a more so redemption. So, I mean, that's what Star Wars is about redemption. If you look like the core elements of the original trilogy, Darth Vader, redemption. So that's all I got to say about that, Forrest Gump.
Yeah, and I think everybody knows you like Adam Driver, Tim.
Yeah. Hey, do you like my shirt? Look at the original.
Dope.
Yeah.
And somebody commented that said that they wanted to know if you had if you had any shirts that had sleeves.
I do. I've worn a shirt all the time, whatever.
I was getting ready to say he's worn. This is the first time he's worn a tank top sleeveless shirt every single time he's been on here. He's showing off them guns, man.
It's more realistic. I always chill in weight room clothes. Like I never wear regular shirts. It's just like unless I'm going out to eat or something, like lounge around clothes. But I do want to
I put this on just for the stream.
Yeah, you look like a coach, so it makes sense.
I've been a coach for over 20 years.
Yeah, it's second nature.
You taught basketball, and I coached basketball. So
yeah, I was a jock. I was a jock like all my life. So
that's the reason I went into education was to coach basketball, and now that changed.
Now he's a YouTuber and history teacher.
Well, eventually the reason became the right reason is to make a difference in the lives of my students.
Yeah.
But I didn't start out that way. I wanted to coach basketball, but then I grew up. So
yeah. I do want to plug Cardinal Sin's not here. We did a stream the other day. I think it went pretty well. And then but yeah, I'm trying to collaborate a little bit more. I'm still trying to find the direction. My channel's slowly growing thanks to you guys and other people. But I think, yeah. So thank you guys for having me on. I love talking to you guys. You guys are awesome, and this is a good space and great place.
Yeah, we love having you on, man.
Fine name, by the way. I happen to share that with you.
Oh, my name?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Shellback's actual real name is Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really? Oh,
yeah.
Tim stick together. Oh yeah, Cobra Kai rules, by the way. If anyone's out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Tim, you got to respond. Mr. Apex here says, at Tim Myers, the real question: are you swolo?
I do swallow.
Let's go.
I won a bodybuilding championship in college. I didn't mention the stream, but when you put yourself on stage in a bikini, I mean, everyone's judging you. I lost my first show. And I got third place. I took it to heart, listened to what people said, and I came back and won because I, listened to partly what people said, put in more hard work, and hard work pays off. And that could be like a model for like a lot of people or the like industry. Like if something's not succeeding, you're still on a downward fall, and like you want to maximize your profit from a business standpoint, you got to look at what you're doing. Don't bash people that you don't know, your true hardcore fans that actually buy your products. It does not logistically make sense.
That's right. You're absolutely right, my friend.
Yeah.
Well, Tim, thank you for coming in, man. As always, Oh man, I'm getting old. My butt is hurting. But yeah, man, thank you for coming in and chill back, both of you. We're gonna go ahead and pop you guys out. We love y'all. Y'all are awesome. Come back in the next pop ins. Absolutely. We're gonna absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for letting in the riffraff. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, right.
The riffraff is always welcome here.
Yep. We're going to go ahead and hit these super chats, and we're going to have our giveaway. So don't leave, guys. It's almost giveaway time. So we've got a couple of super chats to touch right here. Rogue Soul sends a $5 super chat. He says, also about Jedi Fallen Order, if you have not played it, wait and come watch me play when I do it. I would love to watch that. Definitely let us know. When
you can't watch that. You got to play it first.
So it's like a story that you go through?
Yeah, it's a story.
Is it canon?
Game. Yeah.
And you like it?
Yeah.
Oh,
all
right.
I thought it was awesome. Especially the end.
Better than Battlefront 2?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the story, anyways, yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, Rogue Soul, thank you for that $5 going towards the purchase of, what's it called again?
Jedi Fallen Order.
Jedi Fallen Order for Coach. Yes, I will have to try to find a time for my wife to let me play it. But yeah, I'll get it and play.
Hey, summer's coming up.
Summer's almost here, baby. I can't
Spring
wait.
break's coming up.
We're going to be hitting y'all with them midday streams. Mike Trout sends $20 and he says, halfway, yo. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that, man. It means a lot. When I play it, I will play it in your honor, sir. And then Wayne DeZwart sends $5 for the Jedi Fallen Order campaign. Thank you, Wayne, so much for that. And then JP, RPH1, our brother JP, he sends $9.99. He says, to help keep the lights on, cheers, guys. Great stream. Thank you so much for that $9.99 super chat, JP. We're keeping those lights on, sir. And then Eric Horseman sends a $49.99 super chat, Nick. And he just sent this one a second ago. Let me pull it up for everybody.
I saw that. Freaking awesome.
He says, just wanted to say thank you for being such an inclusive, respectful, and positive channel where Star Wars fans can feel safe and share their opinions. As long as we are respected and not hateful, there is no toxic fandom. May the Force be with us. Eric, thank you so much for that super
well
chat.
said.
Yeah.
Very well said.
And thank you so much for your generosity. That's a very generous super chat. They're all generous super chats. But thank you, Eric, for doing that. So Eric Horseman, JP, RPH1, Wayne DeZwart, Mike Trout, and Rogue Soul. You guys are awesome. Thank y'all so much. We are, and you are, Echo Base Network, and this super chat is for you. All right, guys. Well, thank y'all for coming in. We're going to go ahead and pop you guys out and do our giveaway here. So you guys come back next time.
See you guys. Thanks for being here.
All right. So,
Coach, real quick.
Uh-huh.
So my brother Patrick just texted me because I told him to watch this show.
I can't read it. This Last Dance is awesome.
Yeah, he's watching The Last Dance. He's on episode 7.
Yeah, it's great. He misspelled awesome, but yeah.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
F. But yeah, that last dance was awesome, and I'm gonna wait probably a year and go back through it myself.
Yep.
So absolutely. Well, Nick, show us a little bit about this giveaway, and this giveaway is a very special one because it did come from the Echo Base Network trove. It was donated by one of our members, CredSox05. Our friend Carol sent us a text letting us know, or a message saying that she wanted to donate, and there it is. It is the Galactic Empire amazing figure set. Can since this isn't coming from us, can I get in this giveaway?
No, you can go buy your own with all the super chat money.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Well, Carol, where are you at? Say something in chat so I can put you up there real quick. Everybody give CredSox05 the number 1 just to say thank you for donating such a great gift to have a giveaway. If everybody would please give her a number 1, that would be awesome just to show her that. So I'm going to give the rules on entering. There she is. There she is.
There we go.
All right, let's pull her up real quick. Bam. There she is. She's amazing. She's awesome. And she's very generous for doing this. And look at all those number 1s coming in to give her that appreciation. Thank you so much, Carol, for doing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to text Nick. We got 157 people right now in stream. 158. We're gonna say 175 to play it safe. So I'm gonna text Nick a number. I just texted you a number, Nick.
Yep, I got it.
All right, so you're gonna show that on screen. So here's what we're gonna do, guys.
Right now?
No. Definitely not right now. Definitely not right now. All right. So we're going to play our commercial for our live show. And if you will post one time, just one time, a number between 1 and 175. 1 and 175. So go ahead and do that as this starts, and we'll be right back to do this giveaway.
Base 1, this is Gold Leader. We're coming in hot. I promised the crew that we would not be late for Echo Base Network Live. Rear thrusters are engaged.
So, Nick, do you have our winner? I'm gonna do this last super chat shout out while you're getting the winner ready. Tim Myers, none other than Kylo Tim, sent a coach fund. What is the total now by Fallen Order? I think we're good. Well, you guys have been so generous tonight, sending us the super chats. You know, we've gotten 6 new members in this stream tonight. But more importantly than that, we had an awesome family show up and tell their Star Wars story. And thank you to the Mays family, Dean and Lucy, that came onto the show earlier today. Wait, I need to be over here. So thank you, Dean and Lucy, for coming onto the show today. And it was just amazing, amazing time. Great pop-in session. Great conversation with my brother Nick, talking about toxicity and basically proving those people wrong, as we do. Nick is figuring out the winner right now. So Tim Myers, thank you so much, brother, for the $2 super chat. And we are good. I'm going to go get Fallen Order. And I appreciate Nick letting me do that. That's very kind of him. So, Tim, we are You Are Echo Base Network, and this video is for you, Tim. right, brother.
Well,
you ready?
Yeah. So I had to use Echo Base Network money to buy a Blu-ray drive to be able to play this for our members' watch party. So I figured it would only be nice to use Echo Base Network to get Coach a game.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
We actually have a tie between
no.
two people. So between these two people, Dee Myers and Shellback were both three.
Show them the number.
Three numbers away. So the number was.
Can't see it. 92. Do you know why I picked 92?
Yeah. Because that was the number that you had to punch in for me to get access to the channel earlier.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
92.
I picked 92 because that's the year we became friends.
Oh.
Even though you're a jerk.
So now we're going to go 1 through 175, and only Shellback and Dee Myers can post a number. So the number was 92, and both of you guys were 3 away from that.
So Shellback and Dee Myers.
Yep. So
between
Coach, you want to text me another number?
Between 1 and 175?
Yep, between 1 and 175.
Oh, you got the number.
There's no way we can have a tie on this.
Okay. All right. So Shellback and Dee Myers waiting. You know, I can hear myself in your earbuds.
Really?
Yeah, you got that thing jacked up, son.
Oh, it's because when Dean and Lucy were on, I could barely hear them, so I did crank my volume up.
I got you. All right, so Dee Myers gave us a 70.
Okay. Shellback, what's your number? And he chose 71. Okay.
Who chose it? Oh, he did.
Yeah,
that was smart.
So, yeah.
That was smart. Okay. All right. Oh, Shellback was waiting. He was going to let Dee go first. Oh.
He pulled a Price is Right. $1, Bob. $1.
Yeah, Renee just said it's like the Price is Right.
Yeah.
You're the next contestant.
Yeah, but if the number would have been under 70, he would have lost. So he basically had a 50-50 chance.
Well, you announce the winner after this. JP. Oh my goodness.
You never texted me the new number.
I didn't. Oh, are you what? You didn't say nothing about that. I didn't send you a new number.
Yeah,
I can't do it now.
I said you got to pick a new.
Oh,
all right,
well,
all right.
so
So erase that, guys.
Yeah,
we're
all right,
gonna
stop.
do this again.
Coach, 30-second timeout. Coach taking over. All right, I'm texting Nick a number right now. Dee and Shellback. This time it's between 1 and 10, and I'm gonna play.
No, do it 1 and 30.
Okay, 1 and 30. I already sent you the number. Well, shoot, that just told him. Never mind. I'm sending a new number.
Yeah. Send me a different number.
Okay, all right. Send in a new number. It's between 1 and 30.
Okay.
Go ahead and put that in. Yeah, flip a coin. Oh my God! Come on, guys. Sorry, we're from Alabama. This is where our Alabama comes out. All right.
Yeah.
So between 1 and 30, go ahead and do that now. JP, our brother JP, sends a $4.99 super chat. Love the midday stream this week. Looking forward to more. We had a lot of fun doing that. It was a regular show at an irregular time. And that was a lot of fun. So, JP, thank you so much for that very kind and thoughtful $4.99 super chat. And this video is for you. You are Echo Base Network. All right, I got a 15 from Dee. We're waiting on Shellback.
No, Shellback already put in 17. He's
17.
He's the winner.
All right, because the number was Michael Jordan 23.
Yep.
Michael Jordan 23. That's right.
Yep. So I know Shellback's on Twitter. So Shellback, if you'll just DM us your address, I will ship this thing out to you this week. But thanks for everybody for playing. This was fun, and yeah, we'll see what we have to give away next week.
Yep. So just a brief reminder, we have a members watch party tomorrow. What time is that going to be, Nick?
So it's going to be either 12 noon or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I haven't decided yet because Super Bowl's tomorrow, and I know a lot of people got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow.
Let's make it 2 o'clock Central. Make it 2 o'clock Central.
But I actually might have to do it earlier than that because I might have to do stuff for Super Bowl. I might not be here, and so that's why I was thinking.
Well, we gotta have a time.
I might have to do it at noon.
Well, then let's say noon.
Let's do 1 o'clock.
you just tell me when, but let's tell everybody what time it is now.
Yeah, so 1 o'clock Central Time tomorrow.
All right, 1 o'clock Central Time is a member watch party. We are watching a Star Wars edit.
Star Wars Episode 4 Revisited, Adi-Wan, Blu-ray.
Yep. And our watch parties, for those of you who do not know, they are Jedi Knight and Jedi Master member levels. But this first watch party, since we just started memberships, it's open to all members. So if you have not joined the channel, we would love your consideration. Join us here at Echo Base Network. You could join a Padawan level for, how much is a Padawan? 99 cents a month?
$1.99 for Padawan, $4.99 for Jedi Knight, $9.99 for Jedi Master, and we are at 90 members. We only started a little over a month ago, and we are at 90 members already. We are 10 away from 100 members, and that's awesome. We got such a great supportive community here, and we just really can't thank you guys enough.
That's right. And Tumblr 90 here, one of our members says, at Echo Base Network, I just want to say thanks for being live tonight. I needed to relax. My father is dying of cancer and may not last the weekend. So thank you for the distraction and the smiles. Tumblr 90, we will remember your family in our prayers. If everybody, if you guys don't mind, let's give Tumblr 90, Nick, let's give Tumblr 90 a 5-second moment of silence, let's just throw up some thoughts and some prayers for their family.
Some emojis, anything you guys want to put out there for them.
All right. So Tumblr 90, we're with you. Please keep us updated. And if there's anything we can do for you, don't hesitate to let us know. Yeah. And everybody, we really enjoyed tonight. It was a great show. I already mentioned it. Having the Mays here was awesome. We hope to have them back sometime. The panels were awesome. The conversation and the deep dive that we did on toxicity, awesome. So just a great show all the way around. Thank you so much, CredSox05, Carol, for sending that item for us to give away. That was very kind of you for doing that. And just a great community and a great time. So, Nick, I'm going to give you the final word, and we're going to go ahead and end it.
Thanks for everybody for being here. Thanks to all the great super chats that everybody sent in, the new members. We really appreciate it. Everybody that has the t-shirts that we've been doing have absolutely been killing it. And we want to thank everybody for supporting the channel in that way. Just words can't say enough about how grateful and thankful we are.
Well, we're grateful and thankful for everything that's happened with our channel. There was a time when we had live streams, guys, that we would have 5 people in there. So thank you so much for being a part of our community here. Thank you to our moderators tonight. Thank you to all of our members, our subscribers, and welcome guests. We hope that you enjoyed the show. As always, we are and you are Echo Base Network. I am the coach. He is Nicholas Glenn, and we are out.
See y'all next Saturday.